Okay, the time is 9:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Firstly, can I check that everyone can hear me, please? Thank you. I'm going to use the clock on the wall there for timings, just for reference. So thank you. So just let's deal with some preliminary things first. So there's toilets outside the main door in the hallway. You can also find some water there if you need it, and there is water, of course, throughout the chamber. In terms of fire alarms and things, there are no plans. If you do hear one, then that will be the real thing. The fire exit is just behind you at the open door that out onto the car park area. Thank you. In terms of evidence and the documentation, I'd just like to check with both advocates, please, that you've seen the 15 ID documents, inquiry documents, the list, and that you're agreed that those are accurate. And if you haven't yet reviewed them, perhaps we can just assume they're accurate unless you say otherwise at some point today. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I can confirm that we are content with that. There is an outstanding issue in relation to Mr. Wickenden's amended proof, but I've been discussing that with my learned friend, and hopefully we'll be able to get that in an agreed form, even if it's for tomorrow. It seemed to us that it was better to try to do that in a way that was agreed, providing it came before the close of the inquiry tomorrow at lunchtime.
Okay, so yes, I have seen but not read a version. So is that a preliminary version that needs to be changed again?
It's just some very minor Mr. Wickenden recollection of what he said in his additional wording appears to be slightly more than in fact what was said. There were some difficulties in checking the recording, but that's going to be attended to overnight. I think it's going to be quite a minor exercise, so I'm sorry that you've been troubled by
that's okay.
An iteration. It won't be much different, I think, is the short answer, but it will be the agreed form. Oh, thank you very much, Caroline.
Okay, that's okay. As I said, I didn't read it because I wanted to discuss it with you, so it hasn't taken up any more time. So
grateful,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
If I could also then confirm, so we've received revised statement from Councillor Martin as well, I believe. Has that been seen by yourselves?
So, for my part, it has, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So a revised and then a revised of the revised.
So I had seen an earlier revised version, although I wasn't sure it was the one that was going to be submitted to the inquiry, because it had not been, as it were, formally put forward yet. I've certainly not seen anything that's come in this morning. I think so we take the same approach that we've taken throughout, which is, if there's an issue which is elaborated, then that's okay. If it is a new point that's being made after our witnesses are given their evidence, then that would put us at a disadvantage. So I think we'd need to see what's being said before being able to take a final position on that.
Okay, so I think the same as for Mr. Wickenden. I won't read it. If you can just make sure it's Mrs. Williams has been forwarded to both advocates already. Okay. Can you forward it to both advocates then, please, but not me, and then we can review that tomorrow morning or later today.
Thank you. So, sorry, whose revised statement was it?
Councillor Martin.
Councillor Martin, grateful. Thank you.
Are there any other pieces of new evidence since the inquiry adjourned last week that anyone likes to bring to my attention?
No, I don't think so, sir.
Not that I'm aware of, so no.
The only other thing perhaps to mention was the driving route has been agreed and submitted. I don't think that's an ID document, but I think that's the only other thing that's come in that's not been listed as an ID document.
Yes, thank you. And yes, I have got that. I wanted to just double check. That's really helpful, so thank you. Does that include all the 3 junctions mentioned by Councillor Love in his statement?
Yes, it does, sir.
Okay, that was the only thing I wanted to double check this morning. In that case, that driving route does make sense to me, and we'll accept that as a document, and that will be the route that I take on the site visit. So thank you. And yes, I did receive, so to confirm, I have received Safe Princess Parade costs rebuttal, so thank you for that.
Welcome, sir.
And I understand, Mr. Honey, that you'll be responding to that at the end of the inquiry.
I'll include it in my closing submissions, sir, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll just remind myself, I need to just tell people that this is a live broadcast. You can probably see the gentleman in the corner there with the video. So thank you. Now, in terms of the programme for today, we have the individuals this morning, starting with Dr. Burrell, who will be appearing on screen. Yes, sorry. Yes. So we have the objectors, which I have down as Dr. Burrell, Councillor Martin and Councillor Prater. But then we also have had a late request to speak from a supporter, Gillian Bond. Hello. So can I just ask, so will you be speaking further to some comments that you've already submitted in writing?
I've got both.
And are you intending on sticking to the evidence that you've already submitted? Oh, okay. Okay. Because it was too late in the process.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I can just tell the advocates to see what your thoughts are on allowing. So is it Mrs. Bond or I'm sorry, is it Mrs. Bond?
It's Miss Bond.
Miss Bond. So I can tell the advocates to see your thoughts on allowing Miss Bond.
Well, so I would have thought that the appropriate thing to do is to take the same approach that's been taken. I think there was one other person who appeared, maybe was it day 3 or 4, asking to speak, who hadn't given a statement. And I think at that stage, so you reserved your position as to whether or not he was going to be allowed. So I'm not sure there's been a precedent, as it were, actually set at the moment. But I think, I mean, at the moment, I don't know whether that objector is seeking to come back and speak today. It seems not.
No.
So the only person, as it were, who is actually pursuing the ability to speak without having put anything in is a supporter, in which case it's probably Mr. Moyes who should take the lead in terms
Yes.
of responding to that.
Yes, Mr. Moyes.
The degree of reluctance, because obviously it's important that the inquiry is as appraised as fully as is possible of the issues in this case. In my submission, there's been a very considerable amount of written and oral evidence, and the inquiry will be very fully appraised of what material issues are. And in my submission, it's too late in the day and unfair for a witness to come at the last minute, as it were, bearing in mind the fact that there was a pre-inquiry meeting, the issue of supporters was discussed, it was referred to in evidence from Mr. Woodhead, and I commented upon it, I think, in my opening, possibly when cross-examining Mr. Woodhead. So I think there's been ample opportunity for people to, if they wish to support the proposed stopping up and diversion order, there's been ample opportunity for that a person to participate in the process. So for all of those reasons, I think it's unfair and prejudicial to my client to allow somebody to give evidence at this very late stage.
So all I would say in response is the same approach needs to be taken to any objector who's not put in anything as well. Otherwise, I think so I'd be in your hands as to make a judgment as to what was right to do.
Okay, so I think because the other objector has not actually come back, there hasn't really been a precedent set. I understand everything that Mr. Moyes has said, and I do agree that it's not best practice, for want of a better word, to allow for speakers at this late stage, particularly with no previous written evidence. However, we have heard from a succession of objectors at the inquiry, and there will be a opportunity for say for instance Prater, to respond in your formal closing submissions, and they will be tomorrow, so you will have time to write those. So I think in that case, I will accept Ms. Bond for you to speak later on this morning. So thank you. Okay, that's everything I had noted to cover in openings. Is there anything else anyone wishes to raise before we move on to Dr. Burrell?
So just to confirm my understanding, which is of those who are giving evidence this morning, both Dr. Burrell and Councillor Martin have said they don't wish to be cross-examined. So that's my understanding of the current position.
That's certainly the case with Dr. Burrell. I'm not sure about Councillor. Yes, that is the case. Yes. Okay, thank you. And I think we can see, is that Dr. Burrell now on the screen? Dr. Burrell, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, sir. I can.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you as well. I suppose the floor is yours.
Okay.
If you'd just like to confirm before you start, I know we've just discussed this, but just to confirm verbally your position on cross-examination, just for the record.
Yes, sir. I do not wish to be cross-examined. I have actually changed my mind under pressure from my family for health reasons. They think I should not risk cross-examination, which is a bit of an ordeal. I'm sorry about that.
No, please don't apologise at all. In fact, thank you for taking the time and making the effort to appear despite your health issues. So thank you very much.
Perhaps the other point I would like to make is I did submit a verbal statement in time for the 5th of October. I was the only person to actually have done that. However, I wish to revise that statement a little bit without changing any of the content in terms of the evidence or anything. No change at the respect. If it was helpful to you, I could very quickly email a text immediately across to the programme officer. If it's helpful to you, have it in front of you as I speak. The only thing that I would wish to do also is to draw in, if I'm allowed, ID 004, just to take some figures from it.
If you're only making small changes which aren't relying on new evidence, then I don't think it's necessary to have a new statement. We'll simply be making notes as you speak.
Okay.
So you're allowed to. You don't have to be word for word verbatim on your statement, as long as you're staying in the same area and not introducing new evidence. That's fine.
It will be done. Drawing on what I feel I do need to do, because there may have been that my original statement wasn't that clear, and that came out from a comment made by Mr. Honey, I think, when he was discussing with his planning witness. I think that my statement wasn't clear in one respect, and it's important, therefore, that I draw out material from my main statement to use in this one, if that's all right with you.
Yes, if it's a previously submitted statement, that's completely fine. Could you just remind me again of the ID number, please?
The one I want to refer to in due course is ID 004. That's Mr. Mackay's statement.
Absolutely.
It's only a brief of reference, but I will wish to refer to one or two diagrams, because I think that will be helpful to you, sir. And if you think as I go along you wish me to stop while you have a look at something or ask, I think that'd be wise to do that then.
Absolutely, and yeah, that's an inquiry document, so yeah, you're more than welcome to refer to that. So yeah, please do carry on, Dr. Burrell.
Okay, thank you. Well, I make this statement as a resident of Hythe and as a retired management consultant with much expertise in complex development proposals. I've actually also got a bit of background in interfacing with lawyers, so that's helpful, I think. To declare a personal interest, as a disabled person, I am dismayed rather by the loss of easy access to the beach over the length of the coastal road. However, I've submitted my detailed statement of case in Objection 194, and that examines the planning permission in the context of what the development actually comprises. My aim was to assess whether any scope exists to support a widely held view that there is no necessity to stop up and divert the highway. I was, however, aware of the rigid requirements set by conditions 4 and 6 of the planning permission, and indeed Buckle's solicitors have made that rigidity a major tenet of the applicant's case. And I hasten at this stage to confirm that I am not challenging the validity of the planning permission. There is little doubt that the objectives of the development and the planning permission could actually readily be met in full with many other possible layouts for the development. I'm saying the objectives of it in both cases. Such considerations are, however, precluded by the rigidity of condition 4, and so they do not form an essential part of my case. I clarify in my analysis why condition 4 places the detailed permission boundary precisely to the north of the realigned road, and within the tolerance limits of the plans that happens to match the line of the Environment Agency's concession that permits their ecological buffer zone to be relaxed to 20 metres in some locations. But as Mr. Andrews advised in his statement, the 20 metres figure predates the Environment Agency's subsequent further concession in accepting the Lloyd Bore ecological proposals, and that was based upon distances from the road and the canal all the way along its length, and that is detailed in my reference X3, which I will come back to later, if I may. The reason I want to come back to it, by the way, is that the parameter plan clearly shows the road has been positioned outside of the detailed planning consent boundary, therefore fails to conform to the planning permission. And if I refer to my statement of case, paras 7 to 9 clarify what is meant by the rigid requirements of condition 4 of the detailed planning permission. It not only insists that the mere 2 metres of the existing highway width will be covered by the leisure centre building itself, it also places the new road immediately adjacent to the leisure centre and within the red line detailed consent boundary. And that is clear on what it's, if I can refer you, you'll be familiar with CD 069, which I just referred to you, and that's proposed location plan 15001, which is called up in condition 6. Now, if you have a look at that, you would see in the near right in small print, it says, do not scale this diagram, use figured dimensions only. It is necessary, therefore, to refer to PDIS part 4.4.2, and I do refer you to that, so if I may, that's CD 007, of course, which you'll be very familiar with. I ask you to look at pages, well, on my version, it's pages 79 and 80. And you will see on that, if you want me to stop where, just pull that out.
If you could just give me a moment just to draw those up, please. It's just taking a while to load up.
Well, I'm not going to load it on mine because it's, I lose all contact if I do. We're looking sort of for part 4.2.
No, it's okay, it's just loading up now. Okay, yes, thank you. Please carry on.
And if you go to the second of those pages, you will find figure 4.2, which actually shows that the distance, actual distance of the leisure centre from the red line site boundary is 25 metres. That's the overall site boundary. Now the road width can be found in, if you go on, I think it's to page 107 of that document, is specified in table 5.1, and that states, comes up with a conclusion anyway, that the road width is 8.55 metres, which includes a 1.8 metre walkway. Now, the point from that is that if the red line boundary is therefore defined, and I'm talking about the northern red line boundary of the detailed planning consent, is defined by the 25 metres and the width of the road, which brings it down. Well, let me say I would accept that it brings it down to 15 metres basically. And the reason I say that is that if we look at, if I may, Mr. McKay's diagram ID 004, in his diagram 004, he comes up with a slightly wider width of road at 9.8 metres, because he uses a slightly wider carriageway of 7 metres, a 1.8 metre pavement and a 1 metre margin for presumably a crash barrier and some infrastructure. And I'm quite happy to accept that as a more realistic, up-to-date view of what the width of the road would be. So 9.8 metres is more or less 10, and I'm quite happy therefore to say that the red line boundary for the detailed planning consent is therefore 15 metres from the red line boundary from the overall site. Have I made that clear, sir?
Yes, you have. It's well explained. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, as has been emphasised by Buckles, condition 4 is inflexible, but that applies equally to the applicant, and if the road is located even partially to the north of that red line boundary, which I've defined is actually, using the actual figure, 15.2 metres, then that would breach the detailed planning permission. To avoid any confusion, it should be remembered, I might say, that Mr. Andrews' measurements are taken from the canal edge, which adds a further 4 to 5 metres to allow for the towpath. But if we look at Mr. McKay's document ID 004, he uses a figure of 4 metres. Being favourable to the applicant's case, I'm quite content to accept that for the towpath width. So this means in order for the road to be compliant, it needs in its entirety to be either 15.2 metres south of the overall boundary, or equivalently 19.2 metres south of the canal. Move forward, that's that. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, condition 4, as I've said, allows no flexibility on those figures, stating very clearly that the detailed planning permission shall not be carried out except in complete accordance with the details of the submitted plans, of which the first of the proposer is the proposed location plan that we've been looking at, 150.01. Now, Mr. Andrews and Mr. McKay have vigorously defended their positioning of the road close to the canal, in one case on ecology grounds and the other on heritage grounds. And they do that without recognising that in so doing, they are failing to satisfy the detailed planning consent. Mr. Andrews argued that 50 metres, let's say 4.2 metres. Alongside the leisure centre, if we look at the land use parameter plan CA 001, which is the one I referred to earlier, which is CD 069, I think you'll be familiar with that one. I think it's probably been called up before.
Yes.
If you look at those figures, the 15 metres would show a deficiency of 4.2 metres, but more alongside the leisure centre, it would be approximately 4.5 metres. At the far eastern extreme, it's 5.9 metres. That is the deficiency against the planning consent. If we look in addition, again at Mr Mackay's ID 004, he's got two diagrams there. I don't know if you've got them in front of you, sir, but RMC S1, top left, shows us a deficiency of circa 7 metres. And further to the west, RMC S2, which is the diagram below, the deficiency is circa 4 metres. Those, therefore, are the current figures that have been submitted to this inquiry. Now, my report gives reasons why the uncertainties in the developments are of major relevance to the stopping up decision. And it's what I referred to in my main statement as fluidity. And this principally refers to changes that have arisen since the submission of the planning application, such as arises when the applicant finds unexpected difficulties with his design. I have already outlined one such item, and that's the inability to meet the Environment Agency's original buffer zone requirement. But the real issue we, the objectors, face is the rigidity of the planning permission. But the applicant appears to have forgotten that the same applies to himself also. Any scheme that seeks to remove the leisure centre from its exact position encroaching onto the road illogically falls foul of condition 4, and so it is not permitted under the detailed planning permission. That lack of flexibility leaves absolutely no scope whatsoever for moving the leisure centre or the road, no matter how advantaged that might be. While it would have been possible and more logical perhaps for the applicant to submit a similar scheme to the one I proposed in my statement of case, he chose instead to apply for a controversial and rigid development scheme. He therefore now needs to abide by the planning permission as issued, with a lack of design flexibility that the council themselves have created. And I remind you, as well known, of course, under section 247, the planning permission is required to be both valid and relevant. While there is no doubt that the permission is valid, it is not relevant because 247(1) states the Secretary of State may, by order, authorise the stopping up or diversion of any highway outside of Greater London if he is satisfied that it is necessary to do so in order to enable development to be carried out in accordance with planning permission granted under Part 3, which is what applies here. The development therefore fails to conform to the planning permission and differs dramatically from it due largely to fluidity changes. To all intents and purposes, it is now a different development. In conclusion, sir, the applicant has provided details of his development intentions to this inquiry, and that therefore has to form the basis of your recommendation to the Secretary of State, in my view. The evidence provided by the applicant and supported by two of his witnesses confirms without doubt that the realigned road will extend several metres, that's about typically 4.5 metres, beyond the northern confines of the detailed consent boundary. The development is therefore not in accordance with the planning permission. Section 247 does not provide for an order to be granted to enable a development to be carried out that is not in accordance with the planning permission. The planning permission is not relevant to the actual development under consideration by the inquiry, and I contend that the order cannot be approved, rendering any consideration of the necessity and merits tests irrelevant. Finally, sir, since the development that has been offered for consideration by this inquiry is not in accordance with the planning permission as granted. The application therefore fails to meet the requirements of section 2471. I ask therefore, sir, that you please advise the Secretary of State that it is not legally permissible to grant this order. That's all. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burrell, and thank you very much for the detail you've gone into. And the points you've raised there about the links between the detailed planning permission, outline planning permission have been raised before, and I'll certainly be taking them carefully into consideration in writing my report. So, thank you.
Would you like a copy of that text, sir?
No, thank you. I noted any changes you made from your previous statement, so I have everything I need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so with no cross-examination, then that moves on to the next objector. I have that on my list, so let's check my list. There's Councillor Martin. Hello.
You may recall I am giving...
Sorry, yes, we have, for the live stream, we have these mics that we need to use.
Am I on? I am. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You may recall that I am giving evidence under two separate headings. The first is I am here to represent Hythe Town Council, and the second heading is my evidence given as a district councillor.
Okay, thank you. And can you just confirm if you're willing to accept cross-examination or not, please?
I won't be
Thank you.
cross-examined, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm Jim Martin. I am the elected Hythe Town Councillor for Hythe South. I have elected not to be cross-examined because I have a living to earn. And sadly, I am not in a position to commit more time and money to these discussions. Unlike the council team of consultants, solicitors and barristers, as well as those directly employed by the council, who are all being paid to attend this inquiry, whereas all of the objectors are giving up their time to attend and help the process of the inquiry. We have seen how keen the council are to prolong matters and filibuster their way through the inquiry. Indeed, I offered to give my evidence earlier in the process, but my offer was declined by the council. Like all of the objectors, I simply cannot commit any more time. You will recall, sir, the 40-minute game of back and forth we all had to endure regarding greatest or greater harms, an engagement which was only concluded by your kindly intervention. I realise that electing not to be cross-examined means Mr. Honey is unable to question me, but in the spirit of openness and transparency, I will answer one of Mr. Honey's inevitable questions. I am not a member of Save Prince's Parade. I am here to confirm that Hythe Town Council I want to address some of the statements made by Mr. Honey in his opening remarks. Mr. Honey said, "Some people appear not to understand the proper remit of the inquiry. Others appear to willfully disregard the remit of the inquiry." Mr. Honey went on to say that there are entirely fanciful suggestions being made. I am here to confirm that Hythe Town Council do understand the proper remit of this inquiry. Hythe Town Council are not willfully disregarding the remit of the inquiry, and Hythe Town Council do not make fanciful suggestions. Hythe Town Council do take this inquiry very seriously, and indeed it was Hythe Town Council's objection that prompted this inquiry. On the 5th of June 2018, Hythe Town Council held an extraordinary meeting of the full council to discuss the proposed stopping up of Prince's Parade. While receiving the minutes of the Plans and Works Committee meeting, at which the Plans and Works Committee had agreed to object to the stopping up order, the extraordinary meeting discussed the proposed stopping up, and the council accepted the objection by the Plans and Works Committee, but agreed to amend the words of the Plans and Works Committee by adding an amendment with additional words. The original wording from the Plans and Works Committee. Some members felt that the proposal was premature, as a full planning permission had not yet been submitted, and there was not enough information to support the proposal at this stage. Some members would like more information regarding the proposed highway, including the dimensions. Some members noted that the stopping up was a procedural matter and would only be enforced if a planning application for Prince's Parade was approved. Prince's Parade is an iconic road which provides parking for the public, giving direct access onto the promenade, particularly for disabled people, and was the only such facility in the district. There was concern regarding the lack of detail as to where the new road would be. The amendment, the additional wording from the Hythe Town Council extraordinary meeting of the 5th of June 2018 says, having regard to the committee's recommendation, the council wished to add the following points to summarise its position. The new road, given its close proximity to the canal, will have a significant and detrimental effect on the habitats both within and surrounding the Royal Military Canal, and will cause harm to the setting of the canal, and will cause harm to the setting of the canal as a scheduled ancient monument. The stopping up of the existing road will hinder public access to the beach and the promenade. In the view of the comments made by the Plans and Works Committee, the summary of points above, it is the view of this council that the public interest is best served by the existing highway remaining as it is and no new highway being built. On behalf of Hythe Town Council, I respectfully ask the Inspector to refuse the Section 249 application, seeking the applicants to revisit the form and the nature of the proposed enclosure. But on behalf of Hythe Town Council, I have been shocked at the ambivalence and it's a certainty attitude displayed by the District Council and their consultants with regard to the planning process. The significant further changes being proposed by the Council, specifically the rerouted surface water drainage system discharging onto the beach. This was discussed as if the proposal already had received consent, whereas, for your information, sir, the surface water drainage proposal and the electricity substation proposal received objections at Hythe Town Council Plans and Works Committee meeting on the 18th of October. That's the end of Hythe Town Council. I'm now going to begin my statement as a district councillor. Firstly, an apology. I apologise for the use of my word manipulation in my original statement, which was a poor choice of words. I know very little about recording traffic data, but I know a great deal about modelling. All data entered into any model can be rounded and interpreted. The point I was making was that I was unable to challenge the data within the model. I do not suggest that the data was wrong or that it had been misused, and I do not wish to cast aspersions on Mr. Finch or his firm. So in summary, I respectfully ask the inspector to refuse the Section 249 application, seeking the applicants to revisit the form and nature of the proposed closure. I'm making this statement as one of the 3 district councillors for the ward in which Princess Parade lies. I am also a fellow of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. I hold the RICS Diploma in Project Management. I hold the NEBOSH Certificate for Fire Risk and Safety Management. I have recently co-authored a book called Grenfell and the Construction Industry Reform. I have significant experience in delivering new build developments, including roads. While I am not a highways engineer, I do have experience in the design and the construction of new roads in housing development. I was elected to Folkestone High District Council in May 2019 with the largest majority of any elected councillor in the district. This was largely as a result of the work I had previously done to oppose the development on Princess Parade, including the stopping up and diversion of the road. I have a very clear mandate to speak on behalf of local people with regard to this matter. Given the application which is before the inspector relates solely to the stopping up, I will try and limit my comments to the Section 247 application alone, although I would point out that since the Section 247 application flows from the planning application and its processes, it is necessary to consider the development, its design, and whether or not the closure is wholly necessitated by the scheme proposal, or in fact whether the scheme is reliant on the closure, something that I would consider not to be the case. It needs to be pointed out that the scheme before us is not the scheme the Planning Committee gave consent for, a point very well explained by the previous speaker, Dr. Burrell. The surface water drainage has changed radically. There are steps, there are ramps, a lot of other minor alterations have been introduced. The council have suggested that regardless of this inquiry's decision, they will build the road because they have given themselves planning permission to do so. Indeed, Mr. Honey has corralled many witnesses within the boundaries of this argument, but it is entirely fanciful to suggest that if the application to stop up Princess Parade is not successful, that the council would build the road in isolation, because they cannot build the remainder of development without stopping up Princess Parade. As conceded by the council, this would mean a further planning application where Princess Parade is retained. Sir, I was very pleased to hear you encourage people to include items they were unsure of, so grey areas and areas of overlap could be considered. The reason that the stopping up order has received so much opposition and why the whole scheme has received so much opposition locally is because the people feel abandoned and unrepresented. The council are the developer, the council are the landowner, and the council are the planning authority. This conflict of interest has set aside local democracy because the council have prioritised making a financial profit above the needs and wishes of the people they are supposed to represent. We are in a very sorry mess. Sir, you have heard from county councillors, district councillors and town councillors, all opposed to this stopping up. Indeed, the district council at a full council meeting, voted to abandon the project entirely in summer 2019. But this decision was not ratified by the Cabinet, and the sorry mess continues. As a local ward councillor, I have direct communication with residents and visitors alike, and I can report particularly strong opposition to the stopping up and diversion of this road. The road called Prince's Parade is a long, straight road that runs along the back of the beach between Sandgate and Hyde. The road along the section in question runs parallel to the Royal Military Canal, a defensive structure built in the late 1700s when the threat of a Napoleonic invasion was very real. The road was formed after the threat of the Napoleonic invasion had receded, and it was originally intended as the route of the railway. The railway eventually took another route, and the road instead became the route of the tram between Folkestone and Hyde. The road was opened by the Prince of Wales in 1881. Just to point, he actually came to open the Imperial Hotel, but they decided to rename the road at that time. The road forms part of the unique physical history of this part of the coastline and has similar merit, in my mind, to the Royal Military Canal, which is a scheduled ancient monument. This particular sentence was challenged, you may recall, in the early part of the inquiry, and I'll just expand on why I think that. Our country tells its history in its landscape. If the Royal Military Canal represents a time of fear and threat, then the road, Prince's Parade, represents a time of peace and prosperity, a confident place, proud in its achievements. Just one other point that has come up: the new location of the tram stop shed is not the original. Is not on. Sorry, the new location of the tram stop shed is not on the original tram route, and makes the preservation of the shed a little pointless, as it loses all of its proper setting. The main reason local people are so opposed to the moving of the road is the impact on the tranquility and the setting of the Royal Military Canal. The tranquil setting of the canal at this point offers a lifeline to many people who use the canal on a daily basis, as well as occasional visitors. The abundance of wildlife, insects, birds on this part of the canal gives users the opportunity for calm reflection and quiet contemplation. This has been particularly important during the recent pandemic, when people's mental health has been at high risk. The scheduled ancient monument has a beautiful and tranquil setting, which at Seabrook is formed into a hammerhead within a tranquil and attractive bowl. This end of the canal is particularly important historically because this is where the canal joins the sea. The water in the canal is pumped into the sea at low tide. The hammerhead bowl abuts the redoubt. When built, there was a small garrison stationed at this point in the road. That's the Seabrook Road, the A259, controlled by a military gatehouse. This point represents the focal point of the Royal Military Canal as a defensive structure. It is also the closest point that the rerouted road will be to the Royal Military Canal, far less than 13 metres. It will be impossible to stand and look at the redoubt, the Hammerhead Basin, as well as understanding how the Royal Military Canal works in peace and tranquility, because the new road will be less than 13 metres away and over 3 metres above the canal path. For most people, they will be looking at the underside of vehicles that use the new road. Now, again, you'll recall, sir, that this point was challenged. The underside of the vehicles will be visible, although I do accept that it is likely now to be obscured by the crash barrier that will be put in place. My diagram, which was much criticised, didn't show, I'm no artist, it didn't show two HGV passing at that point. What it showed was the two laundry lorries that use Prince's Parade every morning to collect and deliver laundry to the Imperial Hotel. I realised my representation wasn't that accurate, but I did the best I could. My diagram showing this change in level between the canal path and the height of the road was called alarmist, but according to the drawing of the Mark Hatton studio, I'm sorry I don't have the reference for it, but I know it is a core document, the Mark Hatton studio.
Yes, I recall it.
You call that one, yeah. In fact shows the height is shown at 3.71 metres above the canal path across a distance of 11.6 metres. So far from being alarmist, I was completely understating the height over understating the height and overstating the distance. The
So
idea.
just to interrupt, just for the people, that's ID4, just so they know
Sorry.
where to go to. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. It's very helpful. The idea that the road can be built on compacted earth is entirely fanciful, because there is so little earth to compact. The site is an 8-metre deep hole filled with refuge. The earth that exists is a thin layer of clay that was laid over the rubbish in the early 1970s, together with the dredgings from the Royal Military Canal, which the council dumped on the land in the early 2000s. When you do your site visits, I could suggest if you stand on the last tee of the golf course and look back at the site, that will give you an appreciation of actually how deep the rubbish pile is. The golf course represents more or less the original level of the beach, and the height of Prince's Parade has been all man-made. The council have also said to this inquiry that the road would need some reinforcements. For your information, the housing on the site is due to receive concrete piles of 37 metres in depth. So, I am not an engineer, but I would suggest that the road is likely to need more than some compacted earth with reinforcement. It will need deep ground consolidation and a retaining structure, or the road needs to be similarly piled, because the ground beneath it does not have the ground bearing capacity to support a road. Over the years, the Royal Military Canal has developed into an attractive waterway with a great deal of wildlife around the canal. The BBC recently called the Royal Military Canal the hidden jewel in the crown of Kent. Many local people and visitors enjoy walking along this section of the canal because of the peace and tranquility it offers, but also its historic setting. Swans regularly nest and raise their young on this section of the canal. Many people walk on the towpath to enjoy the complete peace. The peace and tranquility of the canal, together with its easy access, became even more important to the well-being of people in the recent lockdowns. This is contrary to as the Lloyd Bohr ecological mitigation strategy makes clear, the new road will be closer than 13.19 metres to the Royal Military Canal. But as the drawing from the Mark Hatton studio confirms, the new road will be 11.6 metres from the Royal Military Canal. And as many people have said, this is contrary to the recommendation of the Environment Agency in their letter dated the 10th of April 2018, and I won't go through all of that point again because it's been made by many others. Whereas much of the harm referred to by the Environment Agency will be caused by the buildings, it must be the case that the closer the road is to the canal, the more harms its setting and the ability of the public to appreciate its historical significance. There is scant information within the planning application detail regarding the construction of the rerouted road. So I maintain that it is very likely that there will be a need for a retaining structure or retaining wall to support the new road. A retaining wall, if it is built, will be in excess of 3 metres in height, less than 13 metres from the canal, will be intrusive and will interfere with the wildlife and potentially be unsightly for those using the canal and towpaths. From the drawings, it appears that such a structure will run for more than 500 metres along the road that it retains and will dominate the Royal Military Canal and its setting. The May 2021 Buckles Stopping Up report admits there will be a substantial loss of seafront parking. The realignment of the road will cause a significant reduction in parking spaces. This will be a considerable inconvenience to users, particularly the disabled, those with young children and those with heavy fishing equipment. Prince's Parade is one of the few places along our coast where disabled anglers can park and access the beach easily to fish. The same arguments surround many other beach users: canoeists, kite surfers, paddleboarders, windsurfers and sailors. This travel distance or this point has been raised by others, but perhaps I can offer some further explanation as to why this is so important. The Royal Military Canal discharges into the sea into the sea at the end of Prince's Parade, twice a day at low tide. When this discharge relied on gravity, when originally built, this discharge relied on gravity, but now gravity is assisted by several large electric pumps. The fresh water flows into the sea, bringing with it nutrients, insects, plants, etc. This freshwater bounty attracts fish, which in turn attracts sea anglers. The freshwater flows in at low tide, and as the tide rises, the plume of nutrient-rich water flows along the beach at Prince's Parade. This is why this specific spot is so popular with anglers. The casual observer may say, well, there's plenty of beach, they can go elsewhere. Well, they can, but they will lose all the advantages that they gain from the freshwater joining the sea at this point. There are no street lights along Prince's Parade at the moment, and the land at Prince's Parade, together with the Royal Military Canal, also have no illumination. This means the beach directly in front of Prince's Parade offers one of the few places along the coast where people can enjoy the dark night sky with little light pollution. This is particularly important for people with limited mobility. The rerouted road and new promenade will introduce light pollution and will ruin the opportunity to view the night sky. In peak periods, the loss of parking spaces will also cause a problem, with displacement parking in the surrounding areas' streets. This has already proved to be a significant problem following the introduction of parking charges along Prince's Parade. As the design panel pointed out, there would be problems of parking enforcement in the residential areas, as visitors would want to park to get closer to the beach in the surrounding streets. The Buckles report puts a lot of emphasis on the significance of the planning permission, but the only benefit identified by the report arising directly from the stopping up is the enhanced car-free seafront. As the design panel pointed out, there could be alternative approaches to calming the road. For example, a series of public squares, tables, broad pedestrian crossings, build-outs, parallel and perpendicular parking in areas. The fact that so many people have objected to the development and to the stopping up and the diversion of the road in particular suggests to me that the public do not view an enhanced car-free promenade as very much of a benefit. It is uncertain as to what safeguards the local planning authority may have put in place to ensure that the developer will not seek to appeal or seek reconsideration or substitution of planning conditions resulting in change or abandonment of the delivery plan for the closure and its realignment, thereby possibly negating the necessity test at some stage. I re-emphasise this point because of the landowner, developer, planning authority relationship. I am of the opinion that the displaced parking will likely impact the surrounding areas at peak times during the year, affecting local safety and other environmental conditions. Whilst it may note the Secretary of State's role to assess or consider the scope for alternative design and layouts, it is the function of the local planning authority to consider that and advise and seek the appropriate route and form of closure if it is necessitated by the planning application scheme. It would seem to me that the local planning authority has not done that. If they had, from the limited paperwork that is available online, then they have not demonstrated it sufficiently to the objectors, to the councillors, or possibly to the Secretary of State. In terms of parking demand and likely overspill impact, from the submitted parking figures, the developer indicates that, and I realise there's been a lot of different numbers thrown around here, but the way that I've counted it, the developer indicates that 353 spaces will be available. I seem only to be able to identify 312. A possible shortfall of 41 spaces on the figure cited in various reports. It is unclear whether these would all be publicly available. I doubt whether they would be, and I would assume that the leisure centre parking and other areas under control of other operators may well be privately managed with higher than normal parking charges. In design terms, for the realigned road, it also appears that a proposed chicane layout will conflict with the positioning of an on-street coach parking bay. The location and design of the access into the canoe centre, I feel, is dangerous and will result in vehicles crossing the centre line of the road on a bend. Again, no safety audit appears to have been requested or provided. I would respectfully ask you, sir, as Inspector, to consider these points and refuse the Section 249 application seeking the applicants to revisit the form and nature of the proposed enclosure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. Just 2 points to pick up. Sorry, I know you're not doing cross-examination, but just 2 points to pick up. Firstly, you mentioned that you'd like me to stand on the last tee of the golf course. So 2 points there. Firstly, is that already in the site visit route I have? And if not, that sounds like it might be on private land, so it might be difficult to arrange.
There's public access on the golf course.
Okay.
And where I'm suggesting you stand is literally just off of the towpath. you'll see it. That T is much lower than the path.
Okay, well, I'll certainly look at that when I'm walking around. Thank you. And then just in terms of the documents that you've just read from, so is that the revised statements we were talking about before?
Yes.
So, I mean, you've just read from them, so I think now we just accept those as having been submitted, unless I have any objections from either advocate.
So we'll respond in our closing submissions. I mean, most of the additional material is irrelevant because it relates to the construction of the road and the development, so I'm not objecting to it. We'll respond in closing, but it does go obviously much further than the original statement. So just to make it clear that that's the irrelevance of the evidence is why I'm not objecting to it having been added.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so next we have Councillor Prater. Thank you, Councillor. If I could just ask, are you willing to accept cross-examination?
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning. I'm here speaking as the chairman of Sandgate Parish Council since May 2021. Prior to that, I was the deputy chairman for a number of years, and I've been a Sandgate Parish councillor since May 2011. Sandgate Parish Council made our original objection to the rerouting of Prince's Parade some 3 years ago in response to the original consultation. As was said in that objection in May 2018, if Prince's Parade is stopped up or rerouted in the way being proposed, this will impact severely on road traffic between Hythe and Sandgate in an area where congestion is common and getting worse. The impact will be at both ends of the road and on the A259 itself. The Parish Council strongly urges the Secretary of State not to implement this order. As I've been reminded by the Inspector and Mr Honey, I plan to keep my remarks to address the traffic and congestion issues referenced there, which would, in the opinion of Sandgate Parish Council, be exacerbated by the rerouting of Prince's Parade. You can't consider Prince's Parade in isolation. You have to think about it as a whole with Sandgate Esplanade. Together, they form a long, interrupted seaside drive with parking from the Sir John Moore Memorial on the Esplanade, along the sea, to the Hythe Imperial. Jointly, they share the traffic and the parking of the visitors to the area. Those are visitors attracted both to the seaside and the open views, and those who are drawn to the history of the area. And that number of visitors is significant because the history of the area is significant. Together, those two roads pass the scheduled ancient monument of the Battery Point Wall, run beneath the scheduled ancient monument of the Jean-Cliff Redoubt, and the scheduled ancient monuments...
I'm hesitating to interrupt. These are clearly not related to disrupting an important traffic route.
In what way do
Prater has said that
in what way do visitors not bring traffic?
Yes,
I deal with this point. It is a point, but it is visitors are coming to the area in order to see the history of the area. If a visitor can arrive without bringing traffic, I'd be interested in the interpretation of how that's done.
So Councillor Prater is going into
Traffic
the
and
heritage
congestion
features. It's clear what he's seeking to do, and he said this morning, contrary to what he said before, that he's not willing to be cross-examined. So I have no way of responding to this other than in closing submissions. Councillor Prater is, in my submission, clearly defying your ruling on day 4 of the inquiry at 2 o'clock that he must stay within the bounds of the Sandgate Parish Council objection on file.
Jointly, they share the traffic, the parking of the visitors to the area. the visitors attracted to the seaside and open views, and to those who are drawn to the history of the area. That number of visitors is significant because the history is significant. That is what I just said. The history and the visitors, and therefore the congestion and the traffic, are clearly linked.
Yes, but Councillor, if we could now move on to what the implications of the traffic and congestion are, please.
The A259 is a congested and busy route, and it is increasingly at all hours of day and night. It is a primary route for emergency services, often under blues and twos, buses, lorries and cars. Already the emergency services, alongside other traffic, are faced with being slowed by congestion and difficulties passing parked vehicles on an increasingly regular basis. That is with current levels of traffic and parking along the route of the A259. Anything that increases that traffic and that congestion will make life materially worse for Sandgate residents and those who are served by the buses, the lorries and the emergency vehicles that pass along it. County Councillor Rory Love spent much of his presentation 10 days ago explaining about the additional traffic he calculated would be displaced onto the A259, giving the rerouting of Prince's Parade. I have to say I give more credence to numbers that suggest that there will undoubtedly be some additional traffic pushed to the A259 than to figures that suggest no such displacement. To suggest that there would be no movement shifted from Prince's Parade, despite its rerouting from being a long, straight seaside route to being around the houses, twisting around the houses route, stretches credibility to me. However, additionally, we need to add in the additional congestion caused by displaced parking onto Sandgate Esplanade and the roads off, and also at the other end of Prince's Parade, so Twiss Road and the roads off that. That displaced parking in itself is a significant contributor to the congestion in the area, slowing through traffic and causing enormous issues to the residents that then need to deal with that near their homes. The diversion of Prince's Parade, a road with hundreds of spaces, will see parking move into neighbouring areas. Sandgate Esplanade and the roads off are already heavily parked at all times, some by residents to the Esplanade itself, but also from the many visitors to the area, who we seek to welcome. And these areas have no additional capacity because they're locked between the cliff, the scheduled ancient monument, and the sea. There is also no opportunity to extend that capacity or to build more capacity to support those residents and those visitors. The impact of this can already be seen since the introduction a few years ago of summer parking charges on Prince's Parade. That has caused in summer months a large increase in problem parking at both ends of Prince's Parade, so at both the Twiss Road end and the Sandgate Esplanade end. This effect will be bigger and all year round if those spaces are both lost and hidden in a development rather than available and accessible. And the nature and the location of those spaces makes a difference too, and makes it likely that that parking will be displaced to Sandgate Esplanade. Because for many with mobility problems, as has been mentioned, access to our coast and sea views are often difficult. And on Prince's Parade currently, it is currently possible to park and both see the view, but also get onto the sea walk in a matter of seconds and enjoy it. The rerouting of the road will reduce parking capacity by many spaces, but it also places those spaces further away from the seafront. And it is clearly unarguable that those spaces that are then created are not just to support the current users of the area, but also the additional housing, their visitors, the leisure centre, and the hospitality businesses to be built. Where there is currently good parking and easy access on that stretch of Prince's Parade, it will be replaced by less parking, increased users for that parking, increased congestion, and more obstacles to getting from that parking to the beach, including that obstacle of distance. So the rerouting makes it harder for those mobility issues to park on Prince's Parade to enjoy the amenity which is our coast. I understood that making it harder for those with mobility issues was something that we should avoid. So those with those mobility issues will therefore seek to park in other locations with similar access rather than parking further away from the beach. Sandgate Esplanade, I'd venture, is exactly one of those. And often those those people with those mobility issues use their right and to use their blue badge to park on double yellow lines, etc., which I'm afraid does also cause additional disruption to traffic flows and increases congestion. It's harder to pass. And if parking in those areas didn't already cause disruption to traffic flows, there'd hardly be lines there in the first place, would there? As I said, I was lucky enough to be elected to Sandgate Parish Council in 2011. And in 2019, I was even more lucky to be elected as the District Councillor for Sandgate and West Folkestone, a Town Councillor for West Folkestone, a Parish Councillor for Sandgate Village, and a Town Councillor for Hythe East. I represent, under various different hats, the entire length of Prince's Parade, Sandgate Esplanade, and Sandgate High Street. I chair the Sandgate Parish Council, and I try to be accessible as a councillor. Although I have heard continually a suggestion come from the district that there is a silent majority of residents in the area who want to see the rerouting of Prince's Parade to assist the development of the area, it is in my experience just not true. There is no such majority. It is entirely the opposite. The majority of residents in Sandgate and Hythe who have ever expressed a preference are against the rerouting of Prince's Parade and the development of the area. To deal with the question that I understand Mr. Honey would have otherwise asked, no, I am not, and I have never been a member of Save Prince's Parade. I do not know who the committee of Save Prince's Parade are, either now or in the past. I do, on the other hand, share the view of the majority of residents of Sandgate and Hythe that we should save Prince's Parade. The rerouting of the road of Prince's Parade not only damages forever the character of the area as it was laid out in 1881, but will detrimentally impact Sandgate and Sandgate Esplanade, as those areas will bear the brunt of diverted traffic, parking and congestion from Prince's Parade further along. Thank you for that time. Thank you for listening to Sandgate Parish Council and Sandgate residents, and I do hope that you, sir, find against the rerouting of Prince's Parade in your submission to the Secretary of State. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. A comfort break. Yes, I was maybe thinking of hearing from Miss Bond first, if that's okay. Or we can always have a comfort break now and then come back, hear from Miss Bond, and then go straight into the cross-examination of Mr. Morgan. Okay, in that case then, it's coming up, so I'm using this clock. So it's 12 to, so if we have our break and resume at 11:05. Okay, so thank you. The inquiry is adjourned and resume at 11:05. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody. The time is 11:05 and the inquiry is resumed. Okay, thank you. So if we could turn now to Ms Bond. If I could just ask you to firstly say whether you're prepared to accept cross-examination. Yeah, okay, thank you. Please proceed when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Is this thing on now?
I can hear you. Yes, I think so.
Is it on? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I felt I had to do that so the inspector knew there were other points of view. I'm a retired scientist and have lived in Hythe since 2004, but my family moved here in 1975. With a working background in agriculture, horticulture, garden design, crop chemicals, waste disposal, construction and concrete, you can imagine that I have some views about this development. But I will restrict my comments to the stopping up of Princess Parade and the reasons why I think the experience of its users would be enhanced. I have driven, walked, cycled and litter-picked along the parade and would comment as follows. I find driving is only a fairly pleasant experience, as I'm constantly aware of fast traffic approaching, often with not much room to pass due to parked cars. Sometimes the other traffic gives too wide a berth to the parked cars or weaves in and out, so it is not a relaxing experience. Then getting out of the car is another pain. One of the people has to be very agile to wriggle out of the door that opens by the splash wall, while the other has to watch out for passing cars and quickly get off the road. Walking along the promenade is okay, but cyclists can be a hazard, especially those which come up behind really fast. Also, on a windy day like Sunday, it would have been nice to have a break, i.e. a cosy cafe to sit down in. Cycling is perhaps the most taxing method of all methods of transport along the prom. I find I'm constantly looking well ahead to plot my safe course as people walk strung out across the width and kids and dogs can be unpredictable. Then there are those cyclists who zoom up behind and whoosh past. Litter picking on the promenade and the pavement, the other side of the road, is not pleasant. The noise of traffic means it's hard to talk to the other pickers, and then by the splash wall there are piles of cigarette butts and fast food detritus that have been dumped by people in cars. This litter may then end up blown across the road and lodged inside the bushes, which makes it very hard to get at. So I look forward to a wider promenade with no nearby traffic, a segregated cycle lane, and places to stop, shelter and have a coffee. And with the increase in housing in Hythe, there will be an increase of all types of user as population grows and people take to foot, bike, scooter, skates, etc. Therefore, more width will be needed. I hope the traffic-free part will become a more enjoyable destination for many people.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr Moyes, if you wish to ask any questions, then
Just one, I think. Ms Bond, thank you for your evidence. Would you agree that if one is walking along the promenade or cycling along the promenade, that the noise from vehicle traffic is effectively drowned out by the sound of the sea?
It depends which side of the promenade you're on.
The promenade is between 5 and 6 metres wide, is it not?
I don't know, I just use it.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms Bond. Thank you. Okay, for me this brings us on to Mr Morgan and his cross-examination, so if we can just get set up for that, please. And just while we're getting the documents ready, just in case there's anybody here who wasn't here in the first week of the inquiry, Mr. Morgan had his evidence in chief during the first week before we broke up. So that's why we're jumping straight into cross-examination, just to provide that background. Okay, are you ready, Mr. Morgan?
I think so.
Okay, and just because I hand over to Mr. Honey.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morgan, you're giving evidence on behalf of Save Prince's Parade. That's right, yes?
That's correct.
And I think you told us in your examination in chief that you've advised them since before the planning application was submitted. Is that right?
The RTPI was approached in mid-2016. So I've been advising them since the latter part of 2016, which...
And you mean planning aid rather than the RTPI?
Planning aid, yes. Yep.
So were you involved in the planning application objection
I
process? Were you involved in the call-in request process?
I was.
Were you involved in the judicial review?
Yes,
Were you involved in the local plan examination?
I was.
So who have you dealt with at Save Prince's Parade?
Different people at different times, but clearly my role is to give advice to the campaign as opposed to particular individuals.
So who were the people that you were dealing with in relation to this inquiry, for example?
It would have been Elaine Martin and Jean Baker, as they are my primary points of contact with the campaign.
So is it those who arranged for you to give inquiry at this evidence?
It was they who asked me to, yes.
Yeah, and when was that? When were you asked to give evidence?
It would have been July or August. I can't be more specific than that, I'm afraid.
Okay. Were you present at the pre-inquiry meeting that happened on the 21st of September?
I wasn't. I was away on holiday.
And did you watch the video afterwards?
I have watched the video and read the inspector's notes.
And that was before you produced your proof of evidence, is that right?
Yes, I came back after that and I produced, there was a window in which to produce the proof of evidence, yes.
Yeah, so you watched the video and read the pre-inquiry meeting note before you produced your proof of evidence.
Yeah.
Did you decide what to cover in your proof, or were you given information on the ambit of the campaign's case that you were giving evidence to support?
No, my evidence is based around the Buckles report and the Save Princess Parade campaign's response to the Buckles report.
So were you advised that
No,
that was the scope of it, or did you just decide that that was the scope of the campaign group's case that you were giving evidence to support?
I wasn't advised, no, but it was clear. Nobody said to me, this is going to be your evidence.
No, I'm not suggesting that, but you're giving evidence to support the case.
Yes.
You'll be familiar with the idea
Yes,
that you normally
that's
have a statement
Yeah,
of case.
that's right. And so my evidence is based around the statement of case, which, as I've said, is related to the Save Princess Parade campaign objection. It is based around that.
So when you refer to their statement of case, are you referring to the response to the Buckles report?
I'm referring to both the response to the Buckles report and to the subsequent statement of case.
And were you therefore provided with those documents and said, this is our case that you're giving evidence to support? Or did you just assume that those were the documents which you had to give evidence to support?
I was involved in the response to the Buckles report, so I knew what it said. Clearly, there are parking issues.
So, I mean, we've gone through the process of deleting parts of your evidence.
Yes, that's right.
Those topics, were they topics that you were told to cover, or were they topics that you decided yourself to cover?
They were topics I included, yes.
So, did anyone discuss with you the topics that ought to be covered in your evidence?
No.
So there was no one on behalf of Save Princess Parade who had any kind of checking process as to what topics you covered in your proof?
No, but the campaign had identified its witnesses for different issues, so from that it is evident as to what I was covering, yes.
Yeah, so it was your responsibility
Yes, it was my responsibility.
to put in the text that's
Yes.
now been
Yeah.
deleted.
Yes.
Thank you. So we've got your amended proof, and there's a point in that which you added in green text, which is in paragraph 14, you say the new right can only be created by the construction of the new road. You understand, though, do you, that the new right is created by the order
Yes.
that we're discussing?
Yep.
The right is not created by the construction of the new road. That's right, isn't it?
It's not created by the construction of the new road itself.
Yeah.
No, it is. But if you, the necessity to create the right is created by the stopping up of the road. One flows from the other.
Well, it's created by the development because the realignment of the road was covered by the development that was granted planning permission, wasn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And the construction of the road is authorised by the planning permission.
Yes.
Yeah, and the stopping up order does not authorise the construction of the road.
No, the planning permission does.
Yeah, thank you. So in your proof, there's a long quote in there from the design review.
Yes.
Now, you told us that you watched the pre-inquiry meeting video, so you will be aware that at the pre-inquiry meeting the inspector said in terms that this inquiry could not reopen the issues raised by the design panel.
Yes, but the inspector also said that there were a number of grey areas, and it is quite clear that there is an overlap between what the Secretary of State for Transport has to determine and what was determined as part of the Planning Permission. And the statement by the Southeast Design Southeast is included as background and is pertinent into what they say about the road and the impact of the road. The inspector also, when in the original meeting, said that because of those grey areas, that people should include what they think is appropriate in terms of evidence, and he would make up his mind when he'd heard it.
But it wasn't a grey area because he said in terms this inquiry could not reopen the issues raised by the design panel. So by covering that in your proof, you were disregarding what the inspector had said.
I think I would disagree with you, because this inquiry has centred to a large extent on the comments made by the design panel, in that it says it brings an intrusive roadway close to the scheduled ancient monument, which we've heard evidence on, and to a series of trails and paths which run alongside it, which we've heard a lot of evidence on, and urbanising it and creating it. So I think what the design panel has said is really very relevant to the inquiry.
But that is, we've just agreed, covered by the planning permission. The alignment of the road is covered by the planning permission, yes.
The alignment of the road is covered by the planning permission, but the impacts of the traffic on that new road are the subject of this inquiry.
Only part of the traffic on the new road. You do understand that, don't you?
I understand that, yes,
Okay,
but let's be honest about that, in that it is 2/3 of the traffic that will be on the new road.
But in terms of the alignment, you're not suggesting that the inspector should be considering whether there's a less harmful position for the road to run, are you?
I haven't said that, and I have said in my proof of evidence that I'm not here to rerun the arguments on the planning permission.
Yeah, and the Design Southeast advice was rejected by the local planning authority when it granted planning permission, wasn't it?
That's their right.
And there was no call-in.
That's correct.
So the Secretary of State decided that it wasn't important enough for him to consider.
Well, the Secretary of State decided, didn't call the application in, because the Secretary of State generally limits their call-in powers to issues of strategic importance.
Yeah,
so
the Secretary of State decided it wasn't important enough to call it.
Yes, but not for that reason. He would have taken the view that the whole application wasn't of strategic importance, not that the design panel's comments are of strategic importance.
But those comments would have flowed into the issues that the Secretary of State had to consider when deciding whether to call it in.
Yes, but within a context, it is there as background. The Secretary is just as the 2004 inspector's comments are there as background.
So those inspectors' comments, so you've mentioned the 2004 inspector's report, you've not mentioned the 2020 inspector's report, despite you being involved in that process. Were you not aware of the 2020 inspector's report when you wrote your proof of evidence?
Yes, but I think
so you were
need...
aware of it?
Yes, but let me finish, please. Quite clearly, the application was determined under the previous local plan, And the relevant policies to the determination of the application were TM8 and LR9 and a series of other council policies. The 2020 local plan post-dates the decision on the planning application. So its relevance in terms of this inquiry, which is actually about implementing the planning permission, is questionable.
Well, surely it's exactly the same position as between the two inspectors' reports. I mean, one is historic and has been overtaken by the planning permission. One has followed along since, but one is more up to date. So are you saying to the inspector that the 2020 inspector's report is irrelevant?
The 2020 inspector's report, in terms of this inquiry, I think if you want to look at the detail of it, is really quite interesting.
Well, the question I asked is...
No, I haven't finished, sorry. I haven't finished.
No, but let's deal first with the question I asked, which is, do you consider it's irrelevant for this inspector to consider?
In terms of, given that we're dealing with an application that is determined already, why would policy UA18 come into play? Sorry, I'm asking you a question. Sorry,
no, well, if you can,
yeah, I'm
do you
sorry,
regard
I didn't mean
it
to ask you
as
a question.
relevant or irrelevant?
I don't regard it as relevant because a planning permission already exists.
So you don't regard it as relevant?
Sorry,
okay.
Could I just finish, please?
Well, if you don't regard it
Sorry, could I just finish, please? Because it only becomes relevant if the council had to resubmit an application to alter the development that they have consent for.
So how is the 2004 inspector's report relevant in those terms then?
The 2004 is relevant in that it is an independent person's view. They're not connected to the council, they're not connected to the campaign. It is an independent person's view of the impact of moving the road from its current position to beside the canal. It's an independent person's view, that's what it is.
But the 2020 inspector was no less independent than the 2004 inspector, was he?
No,
And
that's quite right, but if you, the 2020 inspector's view, he took his view and he allocated the site. But by the time the inspector allocated the site, the permission already existed.
yeah, so
for
the
this
2004
development.
inspector's report was based on planning policy that existed at that time, yes?
Yeah.
Which included PPG 13,
Yeah,
which was published in March 2001,
yeah,
which is now 20 years old. Yeah?
yeah.
And policy, for example, on walking and cycling has moved on somewhat in the last 20 years. Yes?
Certainly it has moved on, but you always had the ability to walk and cycle along Princess Parade.
Yeah, so the concern that the inspector had in the 2004 report was about the development of the open land at Princess Parade, wasn't it?
It was, and the impact of that, but the inspector expresses a view in the 2004 local plan, on how she regarded Princess Parade, which is a unified seaside drive, and she also expressed the view as to the impact of moving the road to by the canal, which is that it compromises the quiet setting of the canal.
But the concern about the development of the open land has been overtaken by the grant of planning permission, hasn't it?
I accept that.
And you are not, as I understand it, attempting to tell this inspector that the 2004 inspector's report should be preferred to the planning judgment of the local authority in 2019, or indeed the planning judgment of the local planning inspector in 2020.
No, the permission exists, but as I was trying to say earlier on, that if you actually look at policy UA18 of the 2020 local plan, it, in paragraph 5127, which is page 93, says vehicular access to the site would be achieved from Prince's Parade. So the policy in the plan doesn't talk about a road that's diverted around the canal. And when you look at the actual policy UA18 on page 99 of the local plan, it doesn't mention diverting the road. So quite clearly in the policy that the council subsequently adopted, it didn't make provision.
Well, I'm not
in
going
terms
to
of
get
its criteria.
into debating that with you because you've told us that you don't regard that as relevant, but you do regard the 2004 inspector's report as relevant, and that inspector thought that the alternative of leaving Prince's Parade in place and putting the buildings further north would be worse than putting the road further north, didn't they?
She expressed her concern about moving the buildings to the north, but when you actually look at the detail of this scheme, but I think we begin to stray into the planning application, that there would be adequate space between the back of this development and the canal, if the road was left on its current alignment, for there to be planting potential that it could, most certainly. But having said that, as I just explained, that if the buildings were moved back, you don't have to move them all the way back to the canal. You have the ability to have a wider buffer between the back of the development and the canal than is currently proposed.
We've just agreed that it's not relevant for this inspector to consider other
Yep.
alternative alignments.
We've agreed, but you've asked me a question which
Yeah.
I'm responding to.
No, well, I
and
asked you whether you agreed with that part of the 2004 inspector's report.
And that's quite right. And I'm allowed, in responding, to respond. And I've said it could do, depending on how you do it.
No, you keep referring to things which are, you've said, irrelevant. So if this is the way we're going to do the cross-examination, we'll be here for a long time.
Well, if necessary, yes.
You gave evidence in examination in chief by reference to the parameter plans and a black dotted line. Do you remember that?
This is the black dotted line related to the boundary of the leisure centre.
What was the relevance of the evidence you gave in examination in chief on that?
If you look at the plans for the leisure centre itself.
So could we have a CD number, please?
Well, I'm not sure which.
I think they are CD 70 and 71.
No, we were looking, I think the one that's being referred to, for example, is 77 or 78.
Yeah, the Tibble's drawing is 78 with the boundary of detail and outline areas.
Yeah.
It's a parameter plan application site area red line, CD 78.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go to it. I'm seeking to understand the relevance of the evidence that was given by Mr. Morgan in examination in chief.
I think the relevance is a question as to, if you take the Tibble's plans and the dotted black line, it implies that the leisure centre, or the boundary of the leisure centre application, is within the overall red line. That would imply that the road has outline consent.
So what's the relevance?
Sorry, I haven't finished yet. If you take the detail plans, written on the detail plans, you have the red line and it says site boundary. And the question is whether that site boundary is the site boundary for the detailed application or whether it's the site boundary for the whole application. The only question, the relevance is, does the road have detailed consent as part of the leisure centre detail plans, or does the road, or that part of the road, only have outline consent? That's the way I see it.
And what's the relevance of that point to this inquiry?
The relevance is, if it's detailed, it's fixed. If it's not detailed, then it forms part of the parameter plans and those details need to be submitted.
So are you saying that it's not, the position of the road is not fixed?
It is fixed.
Unless it's within the detailed
No, I wasn't
permission?
saying that. Clearly, the whole alignment of the road sits within the parameter plans and therefore is fixed.
Yeah, okay.
But the plans are, between the two sets of plans, there is an ambiguity, is what I am saying.
Okay, so you accept, as it were, whichever way it is, the alignment of the road is fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah. The parameter plans are not part of the detailed planning permission, are they? When you ask what is the subject of the detailed planning permission, you'd look at the plans listed in condition 4, wouldn't you?
You would, yeah. No, I would accept that, yeah.
And those plans that are listed there, 150-01, 200-01, 200-02, they are the plans which I think we have as CD 69, 70 and 71, yeah?
Yes.
And they show the road within the red line of the detailed permission, yeah?
Yes.
So you accept, as I think you said in your proof, that the road is included in that stretch as part of the detailed planning permission, yes?
Yes.
So,
well,
go on.
I accept, as I've said, I think there is an ambiguity. When I first read the plans, I would have accepted that the road fell within that red line and therefore had detailed consent. But when you take the Tibbles plans and what is said on the Tibbles plans, then it raises an ambiguity in my mind.
But we've just agreed that those are not the plans that you look at to decide what's covered by the detailed planning permission, yeah?
Yes, but as I've said, there is an ambiguity.
But not an ambiguity about what's within the detailed planning permission.
No, not.
And not an ambiguity about the alignment of the road, because you've said that's fixed on the parameter plans even if it's part of the outline planning permission.
Yes.
And I think you were illustrating this in any event by reference to the illustrative master plan. That was the one that you referred to, I think, in your examination in chief. That's not a plan that's covered by the planning permission at all, is it?
It isn't. It is what it is. It's an illustrative master plan.
Yeah, it's not an approved
No,
drawing.
but the parameter plans clearly set the zones, etc. What happens in those zones is illustrative at the moment.
Yeah, so the illustrative master plan is not an approved drawing for the planning permission, yeah?
No, it's illustrative.
And those that are those that are listed in condition 6, yes?
Yes.
So what we have got as well, which I don't think you've referred to, is the stopping up and diversion order plan. Had you seen that before you wrote your proof of evidence?
Yes.
That shows the position of the road, doesn't it?
Yes.
And we can agree that it would be pointless to divert the highway in the location shown on the stopping up and diversion order plan if that is not where the new road is going to be constructed?
It would be pointless, yes.
Yes. And when you had written your proof, had you also seen, for example, the ecological method statement from August 2021?
I have seen that, yes.
And you'd seen the layout plan then that was contained within it, showing where the road was proposed to go?
Yes.
And had you, when you published your proof on the 5th of October, had you seen the drawing that's in as CD 68, the overlay plan?
I have seen that drawing, yes.
And had you seen the general arrangement plans that are CD 88, 89 and 90?
These are the BAM drawings.
Yes, the general arrangement
No,
plans.
I had not seen those.
So you had seen the overlay plan,
Yeah.
but not the general arrangement
No.
drawings. You accept those, though, that those are the current work in progress design drawings for the road?
I accept that they are the work in progress. They are not the approved drawings.
No. But you had, I assume, seen those plans which were listed in condition 6 that show the position of the road, the land use plan, the access and circulation plan, and indeed those plans in section 5 of the planning design and access statement.
I have seen those plans, yes.
Yeah, so, and as we agreed a moment ago, that they show where the road is going to go, yes?
They show the parameters of it, most certainly.
Yeah, but they show where the road is going to go under the planning permission.
They show the position of the road on the site, yes.
So the position of the road is not an unknown, as the inspector is sitting here considering matters today, is it?
Well, so long as the road is provided in that position, it is not an unknown. But if the road was to move, for whatever reason, then the circumstances would be different.
Yeah, but you're not seriously saying to the inspector, when we've got the overlay plan, the work in progress general arrangement drawings, the drawings that are included, for example, in the ecological method statement of August, we've got the stopping up and diversion order plan, we've got the detailed drawings that we've seen for the end of it by the leisure centre, we've got all those drawings which show the position of the road that are listed in condition 6, you are not suggesting, are you, that the position of the road is an unknown?
I'm not suggesting that it is an unknown. It is shown on the plans, but what is unknown, and I accept that it's still work in progress, is that the road will be built in those positions. And neither of us know that in reality.
But if it is to be built pursuant to the planning permission, that's where it's got to go, yeah?
If it is built in pursuance with in accordance with the planning permission, that is where it should go, most certainly.
Yeah. But if it's going to be built in accordance with the planning permission, that's where it's got to go.
That is where it should go, most certainly, but my experience on planning applications and the development of sites is that things do evolve and things don't always go where they were originally permitted.
But so are you suggesting that the road could be built in breach of planning control?
No, I'm not suggesting that, but I'm trying to deal with the real world.
Yeah.
In that
so if it is going to be built pursuant to the planning permission, it's going to be built where it's shown on all of those
should
drawings.
be built where it is.
Yeah, so it's not just where it should go, it's where it will go unless the planning permission changes.
Yes.
And also, unless there's a different stopping up order made that puts the new highway in a different location if the new road is in a different location.
I would assume that the road will be built where it has planning permission, unless circumstances change.
Yeah, and there's no, would you accept that there is no real prospect of it changing given that we are here going through the inquiry for the stopping up order, to put it where it is shown on the plans that you and I have been discussing?
I think the reality again is that we do not know. This is a contaminated site. One does not know what is underneath the surfaces. There may be factors in the soil and in the tipped land which would necessitate, I'm not an engineer, but they might necessitate moving the road.
But you heard the evidence, for example, that came from Mr. Fitch and indeed from Mr. Mackay, that site investigations have been undertaken and it's been identified where embankments need to be strengthened, for example. None of that challenged in cross-examination by your client's advocate. You are not seriously suggesting that there's a real prospect of the road going somewhere else other than shown on all of those plans.
I'm not suggesting that there is a real prospect, but what I am saying is that it isn't totally certain
And
at this point.
why does that matter? Are you saying that the inspector and the Secretary of State need total certainty about the position of the road before a stopping up order can be made? I mean, especially in light of what you were saying earlier about things changing. Surely it's unrealistic to ask for total certainty.
It may not matter. The real issue would be as to whether the change is material. And it's only if the change was material would it generate the need to amend the detail.
But that's under the planning permission. That's not something
yes.
that would apply as far as the
No,
stopping up and
that would be under the
diversion
planning.
order is
No.
concerned.
No.
There's no minor amendment process for that, is there?
There isn't.
No, section 96A.
No.
So you've read the Buckles report. Indeed, you've told us that you advised on the response to it by the campaign
Yes.
group. Do you disagree with how the Buckles report has summarised the law that the Secretary of State needs to apply?
No.
And as far as your understanding of the law, you say in your proof of evidence, I think paragraph 16, in order to meet the merit test, the stopping up of the road should not create harm.
Yes.
And you say in 36 as well, the stopping up and realignment of Prince's Parade would cause significant harm and the merit test is not satisfied. So is that your understanding of the merits test from the case law, that it's failed unless there's a conclusion of no harm?
Yes. It's a demerit.
Yeah, but you're saying in order for the merit test to be passed, quoting from paragraph 16, it should not create harm.
It should, yes, that's right.
So there must be no harm in order for the merit test to be passed. That's your understanding of the law, is it?
Well, it would be a balanced judgment.
Yeah, so it can create harm
It would be,
if it's outweighed.
yes, it would be a balanced judgment, and it would be how it affects the public interest.
So what you said, you're agreeing, are you, that what you've said in paragraph 16 is wrong, that it can create harm and still meet the merit test?
What I am saying is that there are a number of significant harms, and it's because of those significant harms that it doesn't meet the merit test.
Yeah, but you just agreed that what you said in paragraph 16 was your understanding of the merits test from the case law,
Yeah.
and that says that the stopping up order should not create harm if it is to meet the merits test.
That's,
But you've accepted that there is a balance, and therefore harm can be created if it is outweighed.
I am saying, yes, the issue is significant harm, not insignificant harm.
So you're saying if there's any significant harm, the merits test can't be met?
If there was significant harm, then I would have thought that that would fail to meet the public interest test, because the harm would impact on the public interest.
But are you saying that's a point of principle, that if there's significant harm that you can't pass the merits test, or that that's just your judgment of the balance in this case?
It was, I would say if there was significant harm, that it outweighs the benefits created, yes.
But only as a matter of judgment, not as a matter of principle.
Well, it will all be a matter of judgment, and it will be, in the end, the Secretary of State's judgment. Yeah.
So ultimately, even if the Secretary of State decides that the order would cause significant harm, he can still make it if that significant harm is outweighed. Yes?
If that is what his judgment is, yes.
Yeah. So you're not contending, just to be clear, that the creation of significant harm by the order is a barrier to it being made?
I would have thought significant harm is a barrier.
As a point of principle?
As a point of principle, yes.
So no matter how significant the benefits, if there's significant harm, you're saying that as a matter of principle the order can't be made?
It still is a balanced judgment, and the person who ultimately has to decide has to weigh the significant harm against what they see as the benefits.
Yeah, so if there is significant harm, it can be outweighed by the benefits, yes?
It could be, yes.
So it is not an in-principle barrier to the order being made if the Secretary of State concludes that it would cause significant harm?
It's not in principle, no.
Yeah, thank you. So your proof, you've referred to a number of things, and as I understand it, indeed you say in terms, these harms will be considered by different witnesses. So things like, for example, highway convenience, we've covered that with Mr. Wickenden, you're not giving any more evidence on that, are you?
No.
And your proof doesn't cover ecology or environmental issues either. You're referring to other witnesses when you mention those things, aren't you?
Yes, I was.
As far as heritage is concerned, also, I'm not going to cross-examine you on heritage because we've dealt with Mr. Joyce on that. But I just want to deal with one point that you said in your examination in chief, which is where you referred to substantial harm being caused to the setting of the Royal Military Canal. Do you remember talking about that with Mr. Moyes?
Yep.
And were you using that phrase, substantial harm, as it is used in the NPPF?
I was. I was using it for two reasons. One is when English Heritage originally commented on this application, on the planning application, they took the view that there was substantial harm. Mr. Joyce, in giving his evidence in cross-examination with yourself, took the view that there was substantial harm to this site as well. And that is where, or from the road, should I say, that is where the substantial harm comes from.
But they were talking about two different things, weren't they? English Heritage, Historic England was talking about the total development.
They were.
Mr. Joyce ought to have been talking about the impact of the stopping up and diversion order, which is just putting some more traffic onto the new road. They were talking about two different things, weren't they?
Within the confines of the inquiry, Mr. Joyce was talking about the putting more traffic onto the realigned road.
Yeah,
yes.
That's what you were agreeing with, is that right?
Yes.
So your evidence is that the stopping up and diversion order, recognising the impacts that would have, would cause substantial harm to the setting of the Royal Military Canal.
That is correct, yes.
And you're using it in terms as set out in the NPPF and as defined, for example, in case law, yes?
Yes.
So that if the inspector is looking for a way of triangulating, benchmarking your opinions on harm, the inspector can use that phrase substantial harm from the NPPF and from the case law to see whether he agrees with the scale or the weighting that you've applied to harm in your proof of evidence generally, yes?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And as far as noise and tranquility is concerned, that's another topic that you're not covering in your evidence, but was covered by other witnesses, yes?
It was, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. There was a point, I think, that you made in examination in chief, which was on a similar heritage-related topic, which I think was the mongrel point, as it's been known, which is the change in character from the modern road to the widened promenade. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And I mean, we can see, I don't know whether you want to turn it up, but if you've got the general arrangement drawing CD 88, we can see from that how the transition is made. So have you got CD 88? And
yes.
You can see the transition point there. Now, we can see from that, can't we, that the two splash walls, the existing splash wall on the road that's unaltered and the new splash wall, they're not joined, are they?
They don't appear to be, no.
And that's because they're only a splash wall. They're not a flood wall. You referred in your examination in chief to it being a flood wall and therefore it needing to be joined. And that's not right, is it?
They are described as a splash wall, but they are there to prevent flooding.
Well, they're not there to prevent flooding in terms of stopping water coming over. They're there as a splash wall to do what the name suggests.
Well, they would only be a splash wall if the water was coming over.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at it at the moment, the splash wall has gaps in it, yes?
Yes.
So it would not be a flood wall because it would not hold back flood water.
If the promenade flooded, most certainly the water would flow through those gaps.
Yes.
Just as if the promenade flooded with this new splash wall in place and you have a gap between the existing splash wall and the new splash wall, the water will flow through the gaps between the two.
Exactly. There'll be nothing there to cut off the view in the way that you described in your examination in chief, will there?
No, but if you look at the coastline in this area, where there are gaps in the flood wall, there are steel gates which are closed at the time of flooding and high seas. So whilst nothing is shown on that plan, I do not know whether that issue has been addressed.
Yeah, well this is, I mean the gap is to allow emergency vehicles in and on to the widened promenade.
I understand why the gap is there, but it doesn't answer the issue as to if there is significant threat of flooding, as to what happens in those points.
Yes, but the splash wall is not a flood wall. Do you accept that?
I accept that it's described as a splash wall, but it doesn't answer, but if there was flooding, if the sea came over the top at this point, then the splash wall, there clearly has to be a concern about flooding on this site, but we're straying into the application because all of the dwellings are raised above ground level and they are built on a plinth to begin with. So clearly there is a concern about flooding on this site. So the splash wall isn't, I would have thought, purely there just to take the odd wave that might bounce against it. It is there for a purpose.
But its purpose is not to act as a flood barrier.
I think I probably disagree with you on that.
So you think that it is, but in any event, that is something which is a feature of the construction of the development, yeah, and something where the detail will be controlled by the planning permission.
Yes,
There's nothing on this plan to suggest that what you said in examination in chief about cutting off the view because the two walls had to be joined is actually correct, is there?
I didn't say the two walls have to be joined. What I said was that there appeared to be a gap and there is the potential for a steel gate to be closed off.
But that, you put it on the basis that it was to be a flood wall.
Which I still am of the view that it must serve a purpose as a flood wall.
Well, it serves a purpose, as its name suggests, as a splash wall.
And a splash wall, I would have thought, could be a flood wall.
Well, yeah, I don't think we're going to get anywhere by arguing that one thing is another thing. The splash wall is a splash wall. You accept, do you, that harm that is created by the development is not a relevant consideration for the inspector to weigh as harm created by the order?
They are different issues, yes.
Yeah.
But they can overlap, as I've said.
But if there is harm that's created by the development, which is not affected by the stopping up order, then that is not relevant harm for the Inspector and the Secretary of State to weigh in the balance on the merits test, is it?
I accept that.
And your evidence, you were suggesting, as I understood it, alternative development proposals, but that's one part of your evidence that's been deleted. It was the second numbered paragraph 33. So you accept, do you, that it is irrelevant to consider how else the development could be done for the purposes of this inquiry?
For the purpose of the stopping up order, then it is not relevant.
And you accept it's entirely irrelevant for all purposes for this inquiry?
For this inquiry, certainly, but it doesn't get away from the point that this site could be developed in a number of different ways.
Yeah, but that's not for this inquiry, yes? Good. I just want to be absolutely clear about that. As far as phasing is concerned, which is another point that you've mentioned in deleted text, just so I'm clear about your position on that, you accept that that is governed by a specific condition on the planning permission, do you?
It is governed by a specific condition on the planning permission, but also if one looked at Mr. Fitch's evidence, he said that the road, the Prince's Parade, would not be closed until the whole of the new road had been constructed. However, if one looks at the phasing in the design and access statement.
Would you want to look at the more recent phasing than that?
Well, the phasing that's approved is in the design and access statement.
Well, how about the officer's report from August this year? Have you seen that?
I've read that, yes.
Yeah, and that sets out the phasing that's proposed, which has the construction of the new road first and then the diversion of Prince's Parade after.
But that is within a different context.
But that's what the local planning authority is saying about the phasing in August this year. Yeah?
In August, yes, that's right, but that does not tie in with the phasing plan for this development.
Yes, because first there's been no phasing plan approved under either Condition 13 or Condition 30 yet, has there?
No.
And time has moved on
Yes.
since the planning design and access statement, partly because of the judicial review, yes?
Yeah.
And if the inspector is asking what phasing the local planning authority is currently envisaging, there's nothing more authoritative or up to date than the August 2021 officer's report, is there?
But it's again, is envisaging, to use your word, as opposed to what is approved. And what is approved is the phasing which accompanied the planning application.
It's not, because the phasing plans under conditions 13 and 30 have not been approved yet.
That's right. I think
So there is no approved phasing. I mean, what's in the planning design and access statement was not approved pursuant to either of those two conditions, was it?
no, but it was approved as part of the planning application because they were the documents that supported the planning application.
Yes, and since then, in relation to the discharge of conditions, and in particular in relation to the phases, the ecological works under conditions 15, 16 and 17 for the phases, the local planning authority has set out its current understanding of the phasing there.
Yeah.
If we want to see it, it's CD 93. And that sets out at 17, if you've got that, under the heading phasing, it sets out the details.
Sorry, could you repeat the document?
Yeah, it's CD 93, which is the August 2021 officer's report.
Again.
And we can, so it's paragraph, let's go at 716 first. Where it says a phasing plan is requested by way of condition 13, and of course there's condition 30 as well, which has not yet been submitted. However, the submitted documents give information on the proposed phasing of the development. If the phasing as set out below was to change, then there would be a need to reconsider the details submitted under this condition and potentially reapply for approval again. The details are given as follows. Phase 1, first point, construction of road. Second point, realignment of Prince's Parade. Do you see that?
I see that, certainly.
So the phasing strategy, which is currently envisaged both by the promoter of the development and the local planning authority, has the construction of the road first and then the diversion of Prince's Parade afterwards.
Yes, but those phasing details have not been approved. This application was in relation to the ecological work.
Yes, but nor were the details that you've referred to from the design and access statement approved, were they?
Well, they were documents, as I've said, that accompanied the planning application.
Yeah, with the planning permission granted, expressly including two conditions, 13 and 30, for phasing details to be approved. If the inspector is looking for the currently envisaged statement of phasing, as understood by the local planning authority, he should look to this officer's report from 2021 and not to the design and access statement when the planning application was made, surely.
I think, again, I would have to disagree with you. This is about the implementation of the planning permission, or the stopping up notice, relates to the planning permission that is being granted. So the phasing, as I've already stated, is set out in the documents that accompanied the application. This is an indication of the current thinking that is yet to be approved.
But this is what is going to come forward into the phasing to be approved under conditions 13 and 30, not what was originally envisaged when the planning application was made.
But as you've just said, it is to come forward.
Yes. But what we need to try to help the inspector with is whether you are making a serious point about the prospect of the existing road being stopped up before the new road is available. I mean, are you saying to the inspector that that is a serious prospect?
This is an indication of current thinking, most certainly in terms of the officer's report, but until the phasing is finally agreed, it is not, again, completely certain.
Yeah, but the inspector, you're not saying, needs complete certainty on this. You're not saying that there's a real prospect, are you, that the road would be stopped up before the new road is available for use?
It would be extremely inconvenient in all sorts of ways if it was.
But that's the consequence if it happens. Yes. What I'm asking you about is the prospect of it happening. And I'm putting it to you that there's no real prospect, no prospect at all on our case, of the road being stopped up before the new road is available.
But even under the phasing scheme, there was always going to be a road available, because it was done in different phases. So there was always going to be a road available.
Yeah, so consistently, the position that's been taken is that the new road will be made available before the existing road is stopped up.
As a consistency, yes.
Yeah, and there's no real prospect of anything other than that happening, is there?
There is no real prospect of Princess Parade being stopped up without there being an alternative, but if it's not necessarily in the way that you have set out.
Well, I think we got there in the end, in the sense that if there is no real prospect of an impact happening, which we've agreed, it's not something the inspector needs to worry about, is it? So, parking, which is the main topic your proof covers, as I understand it, your point is that parking will be less convenient than it is at the moment. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you've set out in your proof of evidence what you regard as convenient parking, yes? Sorry,
could you expand on what you mean?
Well, your paragraph 21, I think, of your proof of evidence says, at present, users of the promenade and beach have easy access. They can parallel park on the promenade or in the parking area adjacent to the canoe centre and easily move themselves and their equipment onto the beach or promenade. That's what you regard as convenient parking.
Yep.
And that is both on the road and in the canoe centre car park, yes?
Yeah.
So, the position in relation to parking is that after the stopping up and diversion order, there will remain 173 spaces available on Prince's Parade, won't there?
171 or 173, yes, depending.
It's 142 plus 31, so 142 to the west, and then 31 in front of the site, which makes 173.
Well, I was working on the Buckles figures, and they are showing Battery Point 30 spaces in total.
Well, no, sorry, we're not talking about Battery Point car park, we're talking about parking on Prince's Parade. It might help if you go to Mr. Fitch's proof, which contains the table of existing and proposed public parking arrangements in table 6.1.
Yep.
If you look there, there will be, and it's the third substantive line down, Prince's Parade section adjacent to the golf course, approximately 142 on-street spaces. Do you see that?
I see that, but as they were remaining, I have discounted those. Yeah.
Yes, but we then add to it the 31 spaces on sections of Princess Parade unimpacted by the diversion that's in front of the site, east of the golf course. So there will be 173 spaces on Princess Parade remaining, yes?
Sorry, I'm not being pedantic. You say on Princess Parade.
Yes. There are two bits of Princess Parade. If you look at the table, one is Princess Parade east of the golf course and one is Princess Parade adjacent to the golf course west of the site. Do you see those two lines?
Sorry, I need to.
So if you get Mr. Fitch's proof and look at his table 6.1, it's on page 19, numbered page 19.
I am getting there. Okay.
So there's 142 on-street spaces on Princess Parade to the west of the site, and then 31 spaces on Princess Parade in front of the site, yeah?
Yes.
So that's 173 spaces remaining on Princess Parade after the stopping up and diversion order, yes?
Yes.
So that is 173 spaces for people who want to park and look at the sea, yes?
But they do that for the whole length of Princess Parade now.
But there's not that people parked up looking out at the sea on the whole length of Princess Parade all the time, is there?
No.
No. So if there are people who want to park up and look at the sea, there will be 173 spaces where they could do that after the stopping up and diversion order, yes?
Yes, which is a reduction in what they can do now.
Well, it's a reduction in the number of spaces that are available, but there's still 173 spaces for people who want to park and look at the sea. So when you said in your proof of evidence of paragraph 25, for example, the loss of direct seafront access and egress for all, that's not right, because there will be 173 spaces, just like existing, left after the stopping up and diversion order, won't there?
I was referring to within the site. I was discounting what is in front of the golf course. I was referring to what is in the site.
But even then, there's 31 spaces left in front of the site, so they're not all lost, are they?
No, but a considerable number of them are.
Well, look, we'll come on to those. As far as the existing, have you got Mr. Fitch's Appendix A plan, which shows the existing car parks? And we can see on there, it's probably about 3 pages from the end of the document.
Sorry. Slowly getting through.
So I need a moment as well. Okay, I'm there. At
Yes.
least.
Again.
So if you look at his Appendix A, which is the existing parking arrangements.
Yes.
When you refer in your proof of evidence to the Canoe Centre car park, that's the Sea Point car park that's shown there. Yep.
That's right.
So to get from there to the promenade, you have to walk there across the road, don't you?
You do.
And in terms of what is proposed, if you want to flick on to Appendix B, in that location, we're going from 21 plus 2 spaces to 124 plus 7 with the leisure centre car park, yes?
Yes, but then the leisure centre car park is conditioned to the leisure centre.
We'll come on to that later, but as far as the canoe centre car park is concerned, that's being re-provided like for like with 23 spaces, yeah?
Yes.
And that is going to be at least as close to the beach as it is at the moment,
Yes,
without a need to cross the road.
that I accept.
So then if you look on Appendix B still at the new western car park, which is 62 plus 7 bays, that is closer to the beach and the promenade than the existing canoe centre car park, isn't it?
It is, but anybody using it still has to cross the road.
Well, that's just the same as the canoe centre car park, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
but they still have to cross the road.
Yeah, well, you've told us in your proof that the canoe centre car park provides easy and convenient parking. So what the position is with this western car park is just going to be the same as that, isn't it? And then we've got the parking on the new road. We've got 43 bays there. They are accessible bays, aren't they? Dimensions suitable for disabled users.
I think that is where there is a large question mark, because in the Buckles drawings or table of proposed, it identifies 21 spaces in that location as opposed to 43. And in the planning application CD3 para 17, it refers to 32 spaces. So there are 11 extra spaces being provided on Mr. Fitch's plans. And I think there are serious consequences that stem from that, because if you go back to the design statements, if you go to the design and access statement, the spaces shown on Mr. Fitch's, or the band drawings, they go in a easterly direction, and they straddle into the views on the central space, open space.
Which part of the design and access statement are you referring to?
Sorry, I was just looking for the BAM drawings. The design and access statement, there's figure 5.19, and they shows that they do not intrude into the open space, and figure 4.13 show that they do not intrude into the open space. The other issue that is associated with that is that if you go to page 99, table 5.1, design requirements, if you go to the bottom of that column, or the left-hand column, it says parking on street, and then it says central open space, and it says no parking in that central open space. So given what is shown on the BAM drawings of this tail of parking intruding into the views on that central open space, then it seems to be in conflict with the design and access statement. And if you go to the paragraph 524 of the same document,
Do you mean figure?
sorry,
A figure or paragraph, sorry.
para. I'm just looking for it.
It's just I can't find a paragraph called
No,
that.
sorry. It's I'm getting there. Sorry, it is page 103, and it is figure 524, and it's talking about the design requirements for the central space.
So let's take this step by step. We've got parking on the new road that is sized suitable for disabled users, yes?
Yes, but I'd like to return to that point as well, if I could.
What we're talking about, as I understand it, is 11 spaces that you say are questionable. Is that right?
I would say those spaces conflict with the original design statement that,
So,
that accompanied the application.
but even if you're right,
Yes.
and that therefore when these detailed plans go before the local planning authority,
Yeah.
the most that's at risk is those 11 spaces that you've identified.
So long as the spaces remain within the spaces shown at the parameter plans, they are certainly at risk.
Yeah, but
But-
it's just 11 spaces.
But those 11, if you deduct those 11 spaces, then it means that the shortfall increases.
Well, let's go.
No, just let me finish, please. Because if you take Mr. Fitch's proposed, as set out in 6.1, there is actually, if you go pre the parking restrictions being implemented, then there is a loss of 44 spaces. If you go post, it's a loss of 39. If you exclude the loss, then if you exclude Mr. Fitch's 11 spaces, then it's a loss of 55 or 40, depending whether you're working on pre-parking charges or post-parking charges.
Yeah, well, look, we'll work all this through, but just to be clear, the taking your point as its highest is that 11 of those 43 spaces might be at risk
Yeah.
because they are shown in a location where there's no parking shown on the design and access statement, yes?
That's right, and they go against the ethos of the design.
Yeah, so the local planning authority at most will have to make a judgment call about whether to allow those 11 spaces or to stick with having no space, no parking next to the open space, yes?
Yeah.
So at most it's 11 spaces which are at risk here. That's the extent of what you're saying,
But
yes?
those 11 spaces, if those 11 spaces aren't achievable, then the number of spaces that are being provided overall, or the loss of spaces, increases.
Yeah, I will
That's
come
my
on to
point.
look at the numbers in a moment, but just so we're clear about the point you're making. So when we look at the location of the new bays in this section, some of those spaces are as close to the promenade as the Canoe Centre car park, aren't they?
Some of them are, but they still necessitate, if you come round as the development, then they still necessitate they are far less convenient than the spaces that are already there.
Well, we'll come on to deal with convenience in a moment, but numerically, taking it on the narrowest possible basis, the current position is that there are 172 on-street spaces, yeah? None of which are disabled spaces.
No, the only disabled spaces are in the Sea Point Centre, but
Yeah, so what we then have as proposed, a 31 on street, yeah,
31. Do you mean on the new road?
no, 31 remaining
Right, okay.
on the sections of
Yep.
Princess Parade unimpacted.
Yeah.
We then have 69 in the Western car park, yes.
Yes.
And then on the new road,
Yeah.
we have 43 according to Mr. Fitch, or even if you discount the 11, then we'd still be left with 32, wouldn't we?
Yes.
So that would give us 143 in total, yeah, or 132 on your reduced basis.
Yes.
Yeah. So that if we take the 143, that would be a loss of 29 spaces. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't think I agree with you, because I calculated as a loss of 44 spaces or 39, and if you discount the 11, then it's a loss of 55 or...
Yeah, and I'm putting to you that's not right, because you've got 31 on street, 69 in the Western car park, and then on our case 43 on the new road, which is 143 in total. Even if you discount the 11 that you say are at risk, that takes us down to 132, doesn't it? So when you compare 172 existing to 143 proposed, that's a loss of 29 spaces. Yeah.
That is, yes, but
Yeah, and even if you add on your extra 11 that you say are at risk, then that would just be 40 spaces that are lost even on this narrower basis. Yeah?
sorry, if I go back, the buckles on the existing identify that there are 240 spaces in Battery Point, Sea Point,
Yeah.
and within the site.
But we're not talking about the car parks. I'm taking it on the narrowest possible basis, the
Sorry.
best possible case for you, excluding the car parks at either end.
Sorry, can I just finish? Mr. Fitch and Buckles agree that there are 240 spaces existing. If you take Mr. Fitch's figures in 6.1, then that totals up to 196 spaces. If you take off the 11 spaces, then that gives you 185 spaces. So I would say between the 240 that exist now and the 185 proposed, if you exclude the 11, you have a loss of 55 spaces.
Yeah, and I'm putting it to you that you're wrong in that. If you take the current position is 172 on-street spaces.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, okay, the 187 comes from the pre-parking charges.
Yeah, so it's not reflecting reality
Yeah, so
anymore.
if you take it off,
There's 172.
yeah, which is 15 spaces from the 187, you still have a loss of 40 spaces.
It's 40 spaces if you include the 11 that you say are at risk. But if what you're taking is 31 on street, 69 in the Western car park and 43 on the new road, That is 143 in total, which is a loss of only 29 spaces. Yeah?
Sorry, I don't agree with you again. Sorry, I just calculate this in a different way.
I mean, this is something that I can probably go through in terms of the data and cross-reference myself to make sure it all marries up. I think what I'm really interested in is what is the significance of the 11 spaces from your perspective? Is there sort of a key threshold for you, or how does that affect the weight that you would apply?
I think there are 2 points in relation to those 11 spaces. One is that through the provision there is a loss of spaces which are currently enjoyed. The second issue is the location of those spaces in relation to disabled use, and we haven't really come to that point yet.
But if we're looking at the number that are actually used, it's not 172 that are technically available. It was the figure of 100 that was surveyed as actually in use before the pay and display charges were introduced, yeah?
The survey shows 100 spaces in use. That survey was carried out on one day at the beginning of the school holidays back, I think, in about 2016. And whether it is a representative of the actual parking position at peak demand times, I think is very questionable.
There's no other survey available, is there? There's nothing else that you're referring to?
We have a picture of one day.
Yeah, but that's the only picture.
Yeah.
And it is on a Saturday during the school holidays on a hot and sunny day, yes?
My recollection is it's on the first Saturday of the school holidays, which is when people generally travel. It is pre-COVID, so you will have had far more people going abroad than can now. So I would seriously question as to whether it is representative. I have seen Princess Parade, for example, on a Sunday, pre-parking charges packed end to end.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of evidence, including from Mr. Brophy, about the actual use of the parking. And the inspector indeed will be able to see it and has seen it on his site visits as well. But in terms of data, we're agreed that the only data the inspector's got to go on is that survey, yes?
Yeah.
So as far as the accessibility of these parking spaces, we have proposed parking which has 50 bays that are suitable for disabled people, or even on your reduced numbers, 39, yeah?
Yeah.
Compared to 0 currently.
Well, it's not 0.
Well, it is on that stretch.
There are 2 in Sea Point.
Yeah, but there are none on the stretch of the road, which is what we're talking about.
The new road, yeah.
Yeah, because the Sea Point's going to be re-provided like for like.
Yeah.
And the 62 bays in the Western car park can be much easier for people to park in and get in and out of than the existing on-street parking, aren't they?
Well, depending whether you mean generally or specifically for the disabled, I think generally there is not a problem of getting in and out of cars. And it is quite interesting, again, if you go back to the design and access statement, with paragraph 223, access and movement, which is page 16, there is no criticism in that document about the width of the spaces along Princess Parade as it currently stands. So I would question as to whether the parking bays along Princess Parade are as difficult as being suggested.
my question was, the 62 bays in the western car park will be easier both to park in and to get in and out of the car than the existing on-street parking. That's right.
I would question whether they would be easier to park in.
I mean, at the moment, the on-street parking, you've got to parallel park to get in there.
Yes.
Especially if it's as busy as the picture that you've been describing. Whereas for the western car park, the majority of that is not parallel parking.
It's not parallel parking. It depends if you have difficulty parallel parking.
Yeah, and some people will do, but there's also the matter of getting in and out of the car parking. So,
But those
just to
spaces, those spaces along Prince's Parade are, if you measure them, about 2.4 metres wide. A standard parking space, Kent Design Guide, for example, is 4.8 metres long by 2.4 metres wide. Sometimes it varies up to 2.5. So I don't see, and I don't think the original design and access statement saw those spaces as being as difficult as being suggested.
yeah, well, the inspector will be able to go and see the existing spaces. He can look at the plan.
Yeah.
But the important thing for the credibility of your evidence is for the inspector to be clear as to your saying, as I understand you to be saying, that the western car park spaces will be no more convenient in terms of either getting a car in there or getting in and out of the car than the existing on-street spaces. Is that your evidence?
I think in terms of parking, they are no more convenient than parallel parking, so long as you don't have trouble parallel parking. In terms of getting in and out, I still am of the view that the spaces along Prince's Parade are not as inconvenient as being suggested.
Yeah, well, that's not the point. The point is to understand whether you are saying that the spaces in the western car park will be no easier or more convenient to use than the existing ones.
For disabled people, they certainly will be because of the extra position. For the ordinary people, I would say that they are not much different, and in reality, you still have to cross the road.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure ordinary people is the right phrase to
No, I
use.
apologise for that.
So the overall numbers on this stretch, looking at table 6.1, we have and this is the total stretch, the change is from 389 to 467, which would be an increase of 78 more, yes?
Sorry, what table are you referring to?
Mr. Fitch's table 6.1, total public parking spaces, existing 389, proposed 467.
Sorry.
So the difference between those two is 78, yes?
I just want to check something before I respond. So does that figure that you just quoted add in the 108 spaces from the leisure centre?
You can see it from the table, and yes, that does include the leisure centre.
Well, I think I've already identified that I dispute that the 108 spaces in the leisure centre are available for public use.
And that is based, as I understand it, on your interpretation of condition 33, is that right?
That's correct.
So that's the only basis that you have got for making this distinction. Yep.
Well, it is the condition that's on the planning application.
Yeah, but when you say to the inspector that your position is that none of the spaces in the leisure centre will be available for public use, you're relying on condition 33 for that, is that right?
That's correct.
And that says, I don't know if you want to turn it up, but that is a condition that is that is about ensuring that the parking spaces are available for use.
Yes.
There's nothing in condition 33 that says that members of the public won't be able to park in the leisure centre car park.
No, but that parking, it generally is not the way that parking standards work. The parking standards are related to the individual use, and that condition differentiates between parking for the leisure centre and parking for public use.
What it distinguishes between is the leisure centre and the eastern public car park, yes? That's the distinction.
Well, it says the approved facility shall be made available prior to the leisure centre being first opened to the public, and therefore shall be kept available for use for parking in connection with the leisure centre and public car park at all times.
Yeah.
So there are two car parks within that space, and to my mind they are differentiated between by
Yeah,
that
but
condition.
your case, just so I understand it, is that this condition means that members of the public are not allowed to park in the leisure centre car park.
It means to me that the 108 spaces are not available. Whether people park in the leisure centre car park who aren't going to the leisure centre is a matter for how the leisure centre parking is managed by whoever operates
And
the
this
leisure
condition
centre.
does not require the public to be banned from parking in the leisure centre car park, does it?
It may not require them to be banned, but generally the leisure centre operators will want to ensure that the parking that is available for them is available for their clients only, because if people find that it is difficult to park when they go to the leisure centre, it will be a disincentive.
Well, what we're talking about is use of the leisure centre car parking spaces when they're not already used.
It comes down to how the leisure centre parking is managed.
Yeah.
It could be managed with cameras, fines, whatever. We don't know.
But there is nothing in the condition that says members of the public can't park there.
There is nothing in the condition that says, but it's clear to me that there is a differentiation between the public car parking and the leisure centre parking.
Yeah, because
So those are
the
108
condition refers to the leisure centre and the eastern public car park. So there are two elements to it, but you are saying, as I understand it, that the inspector should ignore all the leisure centre car parking because it will never be available for the members of the public to use.
I am saying that in the way that that condition is worded and in the way what is shown on the plans, the 108 spaces are for the leisure centre and not for public parking.
So
Because
you're saying...
Sorry, I haven't finished. The public parking is shown separately.
Yeah, so you're saying the public must be banned from the leisure centre car park under condition 33?
I don't think I've said that. What I've said is I've differentiated between the two, and it will be for the operator of the leisure centre to determine how they manage the car parking, but generally through the parking standards, those spaces are associated with the leisure centre.
Yeah, when they're not being used by leisure centre customers, it's fair to assume that the leisure centre operator will want to maximise the revenue from them and have them used by members of the public rather than sitting empty.
We don't know that.
But that's fair to assume, isn't it?
No, I don't think it's fair to assume at all.
So are you saying that there will be, despite, as it were, what you've just said about it being operated by the leisure centre operator on a commercial basis, are you saying that there'd be no incentive on them to try and maximise the use of the revenue that comes from members of the public parking there?
It will come down to how they manage it.
Yeah, and are you saying to the inspector that the only reasonable conclusion is that the leisure centre operator would rather see the parking spaces sitting empty than have the revenue from them being used by the public?
I haven't said that. What I have said is that those spaces are associated with the leisure centre. The leisure centre operator will want to ensure that there is adequate number of car parking spaces available at all times for their client.
Yeah, and when they're not being used...
No, I haven't said that because we
No.
don't know that.
But it would be reasonable to assume.
Not
wouldn't it?
I
necessarily.
think
No,
I'm
not
clear
necessarily.
now on what the witness thinks at this point, Mr. Honey.
Okay. So it is the case, if those spaces are available to members of the public, that there would be an increase of 78, yes?
And as I've said, I don't think they are available to the public.
No, but if they are, if you listen to the question, I
I've
put it on the
listened
premise
to
that
the
if they are, then there would be an increase of 78, yes?
As I've said, I don't think they are going to be available.
Yeah, but if they were, that would lead to an increase of 78.
I think I've made my position really quite clear.
If that was to be available to the public, there would be an increase of 78 spaces, yes?
And I've explained my position to you. I've got really nothing to add to my position.
No, you're refusing to answer my question.
I've answered your question. That's the issue, and
No, you're refusing to answer the question.
I have answered your question. I've explained to you my position.
And it would include, wouldn't it, a 10 times increase in accessible parking spaces from the 6 that we've got at the moment up to 61, 18 plus 43.
Is this, where would this be? At the leisure centre only?
Well, no, this is the total public parking spaces. We're looking at table 6.1.
Right, so this is including the 43 spaces along the new road.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So even if we were to reduce that by 11,
Yeah.
for those that you say are at risk, we'd still be going from 6 accessible spaces up to 50, wouldn't we?
In numerically, yes, but what Mr. Fitch didn't say was, yes, he said those spaces would be designed in terms of the disability standard spaces, but what he didn't say was how would they be controlled and as to whether those spaces are available for the general public. But there's also the issue of...
Which ones are we talking about there?
I thought we were talking about the ones along the new road.
Well, they're going to be spaces on the public highway, which would be available on the same basis that the current parking spaces.
So they would be available to everybody.
Yeah,
That's my point.
yes.
That so that you can design them for disability length spaces and disability width, but actually they are available to the general public and they're not purely confined to the for the
No,
disabled.
well, that's why I'm putting it as accessible spaces,
Yeah.
because your client's case are that there are people with families, for example, and others, not just disabled
Yeah.
people, who have particular needs. So it is right, isn't it, that even if you exclude the 5 disabled bays in the leisure centre car park, we would be going from, on the narrowest basis, therefore, 6 spaces, even allowing for your 11 that are at risk, to 45 spaces.
You would be increasing the number of accessible spaces, but they are not necessarily, some of them are not necessarily confined for the use of disabled people only.
Well, we can agree, can't we, that if they don't exist currently, they're not even capable of being used by disabled people. If they exist in the future, they are capable of being used by people with accessibility needs.
I wouldn't disagree with you on that.
As far as the layout is concerned, we can see from Mr. Fitch's Appendix B, we have got effectively parking along the length of the site except the very middle part, yes?
Yes.
And that's where we're going to have the hotel and the restaurant and the retail, which will have their own parking in addition, won't they?
Yeah.
So there will be parking for all the users of this area spread out across the whole site.
This is generally or for disabled people?
No, this is generally parking for all users, when you account as well for the hotel, restaurant and retail being in the middle, will be spread out across the whole of the site.
They will be spread out there will be a few spaces at the eastern end, the 23 we've already talked about. You will have the car parking at the western end, both in the proposed new car park and in the spaces put back onto Princess Parade. You will have the 31 spaces on the new road, but there is actually quite a considerable gap in the parking provision at the eastern end of the site, where you have the new houses and the open space. There will be, in effect, no parking in that eastern end of the site.
Wait, you're referring to the eastern end of the site. That's where the leisure centre car park and the Sea Point car park is going to
That's
be.
where you have the 23 public spaces, yes.
Yeah. So there's going to be parking at the eastern end.
Yes, but what I'm saying, recognising that, what I am saying is that for the central part from the central open space going eastwards, there is no public parking until you get to the Sea Point car park.
But that requires you to ignore all of the leisure centre car parking, yeah?
Well, we've debated that, and
Yeah,
I've made
right,
my position clear on that.
Yeah, so you say that all the leisure centre car parking needs to be ignored for all purposes, do you?
I have said that the leisure centre parking is for the leisure centre.
Yeah, so it should be ignored for all purposes.
It should be ignored as public spaces, yes.
And then even at the eastern end, even if you were to take that approach, you still have the 23 spaces in the relocated Sea Point car park and the 7 spaces on street, and then the Battery Point car park just on the other side anyway.
Well, the battery point is neutral, isn't it? Because it's there now.
Well, you're saying there's no parking at the eastern end. And it's only possible to say that, even conceivably, by ignoring not only all of the leisure centre car park, but also the 3 other areas of car parking that are there at the eastern end as well.
The battery point, when I was saying the eastern end, I was talking about the site. The battery point car park is actually outside the site. It is neutral because it hasn't changed. There are 7 spaces on the existing alignment of Princess Parade, and I would have thought there's a question over how easy those spaces are going to be to use once the road is being realigned, and even whether they are within the site, but that is a separate point. So within what is clearly the site, there are 23 spaces at Sea Point, and until you get to the western side of the central open space, there are no car parking spaces.
But we will also have people who will be coming to visit, who will be visiting the hotel, the restaurant, the retail, for example, and they'll be parking in the middle of the site, won't they, in that space?
They will be parking, those uses are again subject to the car parking standards, and each of those uses should have its own spaces associated with the use, and I would have thought that they would be provided within the site and separate from the public spaces on the road.
Yes, but they will be people who will also be visiting the promenade, won't they?
If they are staying in the hotel,
Yeah.
they may visit the promenade.
Going to the restaurant, going for a walk after, having something to eat, for example.
Yes, and that again comes down to how the restaurant manages its spaces.
Yeah,
Because
so there will...
if it wants its tables to turn over, it may not want people parking within its car park and going for a walk along the beach.
But they will be parking for the totality of the users spread out along the extent of the site, won't they?
I haven't really referred to the parking for the individual uses for the hotel or the restaurant or the houses. What I've really related to is the public parking on the street.
Yeah, and I'm putting it to you that when you take into account the parking for all the users that are going to be using this stretch, the parking is spread out across the extent of the site from east to west.
And I think I've disagreed with you already on that point, because I've said that there is a gap in the parking between the 23 spaces at Sea Point up to the western end of the central open space, and that the parking that's associated with those uses is not generally available public parking spaces.
So on this point, again, I think I do now understand the witness's position on this. I'm also just looking at the time, it's 1 o'clock. So Sally, I'll just ask, is now a convenient time to break for answers, or would you prefer to, is there a better upcoming moment to...
I think so, it would be a convenient point to break, certainly in relation to topics that we're covering. I think as far as timing is concerned, I would have said that I'm probably 2/3 of the way through.
Okay, so as long as you're comfortable breaking now, then I think we should do that. Obviously, Mr. Morgan, as I'm sure you're aware, you're not allowed to speak to your team during the lunch period. And before, yes, Mr. Moyes.
So I'm just going to say, someone will no doubt get a sandwich from Mr. Morgan. I'm not sure what the catering facilities are.
I've got a sandwich, just
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so it's 2 minutes past 1. So shall we have the full hour and return at 2 o'clock?
So the only comment I'd make on that, I didn't notice what time Mr. Morgan started his cross-examination. This time he said it's about 2/3 full. I'm just conscious of the loss of the hour of daylight. It may not matter, because if you weren't able to complete the site visit, then as Council and Council discussed, there's some time available tomorrow after closings. Just mention it as it seemed
Yes.
a point worthy of saying.
It's probably going to be quite tight, but I think at absolute worst, it can be completed tomorrow. We can make it a 45-minute break instead, just to give us that extra bit of time.
It might be useful if it's not too far to go for people to get a sandwich.
Yes, you have the high street, it's just a couple of minutes
Yeah.
walk. Okay, so we'll return then at, well, it's getting on to 5 past. We'll return at 10 to 2, and hopefully that will help give us a bit more time. Okay, so the inquiry is adjourned, and we'll resume at 1:50. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
back, everybody. Oh, sorry, is it on? Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. The time is 1:50 and the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Hannay.
Mr. Morgan, you're not saying, are you, that parking spaces have to be re-provided in the same number just for the sake of it?
No, I'm not saying that.
So we can agree, can we, that what matters is that what's used is re-provided?
What is necessary should be re-provided, and there is a difference.
Yeah, and that is what is actually used.
No, because, as I said before we broke for lunch, that the survey was carried out on one day and is a snapshot of that day only. I also went on to say that it was the first day of the school holidays where people travel. It would be pre-COVID, which suppressed the demand for holidays in Britain, and that the survey is not necessarily a true picture of the use of Princess Parade. And also, as I said previously, I have experienced Princess Parade on a hot Sunday in summer, and it is parked end to end. With the introduction of parking charges, the inspector will have heard evidence as to how the parking has been pushed away from Princess Parade and is now taking place on Twist Road, Seabrook Road. So I think it's actually very difficult to identify whether the demand of 100 or the use of 100 spaces on one day is truly representative.
My question was that it was the actual use is what matters.
It is, and what I'm saying is we don't truly know what that use is, and that the one, as to whether the one day is truly representative.
But we've agreed that there's no parking usage information provided by the campaign group.
We've agreed that, yes.
And we've agreed that since the survey was done for the transport assessment, the pay and display parking has been introduced since then, yes?
We've agreed that, and we've heard evidence from local people that the parking has been pushed away. And
yeah.
I, for example, I go swimming on Princess Parade in summer. I don't park on Princess Parade. I park on the nearby streets.
Yeah, so the pay and display charges will have reduced the parking demand on Princess Parade since the survey.
Yeah.
So what we are talking about is looking at what is currently used by way of the parking then, yes?
What we're talking about is we know on one day that there was usage of 100 spaces. What we don't know is truly what is the demand.
Well, can we agree that it is not an efficient or proper use of land to re-provide parking spaces which are not often used?
I wouldn't disagree with you on that.
Yeah. So when, for example, I think you quote this in your proof, KCC was talking about, it's paragraph 23 of your proof, you want to look it up, in their representations from October 2017, and there's a proviso, they say the level of amenity parking currently enjoyed by the general public, the reference there was to the amount of parking that was actually used by the public, yeah, currently enjoyed, that's what it means.
You may interpret it as that, I wouldn't interpret it as that.
Well, it doesn't talk about the level of parking which exists, it says the level of amenity parking currently enjoyed.
Which is, after the parking charges were introduced, 172 spaces, or 187 before.
Yeah, so
that's currently enjoyed.
KCC is talking about, as you and I have just agreed, I thought, that what matters is the actual use, yeah?
No, I don't think we had agreed that, because you talked about use, I talked about demand.
So when KCC here talks about the level of amenity parking currently enjoyed by the general public, that must mean, surely, the amount of parking that is actually used by the public.
It doesn't say that. It says currently enjoyed. You can interpret it in that way if you choose. I don't choose to interpret it in that way. I would choose to interpret it as saying either 187 or 172.
But if they'd meant that, they would have said the level of amenity parking currently available.
Well, they say currently enjoyed.
Yeah, which must mean currently used by the general public.
No, it doesn't say that. If they wanted to say that, they would say currently used, not currently enjoyed.
Well, it's the same, isn't it?
No, it isn't necessarily.
But they clearly are not referring to the level of the amount of parking that is available.
I don't think either of us know that.
We do know, though, that Kent County Council was ultimately satisfied about the level of parking to be provided in this development, yes?
I don't disagree with you on that.
And if you are right about how you read that letter in 23, that would be assuming it was a worst case scenario, that KCC was satisfied about the provision of public, even though they had set out to say that the level of amenity parking currently available should be re-provided.
Yes, I would interpret that as being currently available.
Yeah, but if that's right, then that's a worst case scenario, and KCC was satisfied about that worst case scenario interpretation of that phrase.
In the end, KCC accepted the provision that is currently in the application.
Yeah, they said there was sufficient parking, didn't they?
They accepted that.
And since that time, the pay and display controls have been introduced, and the number of spaces available has been reduced by the introduction of some yellow lines as well, yes?
Yes, and it's been pushed off somewhere else.
Yeah, so both those things control the demand that exists as of today.
They control the demand, yes, but it doesn't mean that the demand isn't suppressed.
No.
And it clearly is suppressed because people go elsewhere.
But as far as the Highway Authority is concerned, they are satisfied that their proviso was met, yes?
They clearly raised no objection in the end, yes.
Yeah, but more than that, they were satisfied with the parking.
Well, they raised no objection, so implicit in that, they must have been satisfied, yes.
Your proof refers to the Disability Discrimination Act. And I think you've told us in your examination in chief that you accept that that was repealed more than a decade ago.
Yeah.
But can you tell us which part? You say the Disability Discrimination Act 1995 recommends a maximum distance of 50 metres. Which part of the Disability Discrimination Act was that in?
I cannot remember the specific section, no.
No, well, it wasn't in there at all, was it?
But it is the... I thought it was.
No, I'm putting it to you that it's not. Was never in there. 50 metre distance, never in there.
I would need to check that. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to do that because it's been
No.
repealed a decade
okay.
ago. But
I accept what
I'm
you're
putting
saying.
to you, we're saying closing submissions, that not only were you wrong and were referring to a law that was repealed more than a decade ago, but you were saying that something was in the Act which was never in the Act.
Right. I accept that. Yep.
So your reference in paragraph 28 to the convenience, you talk about very inconvenient arrangement, and you put it in terms of the number and siting of the car park spaces. So we've talked about that. Do you accept that it's relevant also for the inspector to consider when reporting to the Secretary of State how easy to use the spaces are?
I do, and if you go to Mr. Fitch's proof, where he talks about the distances involved, he sets out the distances, and those distances are also set out in the Department of Transport Traffic Advisory Leaflet 595 of April 95. And clearly visually impaired is 150 metres, wheelchair users 150 metres, ambulatory without a walking aid is 100 metres, and stick users is 50 metres. And Mr. Fitch in evidence said that the distances are between 100 and 125 metres.
So is your understanding that the distances here don't comply with the guidance?
In terms of getting to the promenade, then some of those distances would not apply. Others of them would, for the visually impaired and the wheelchair users, they would apply, and then for the ambulatory, it's at the 100 is at the maximum, and for stick users is at 50 metres. But there is another issue in relation to access from these spaces, which is, if you look at parameter plan MH6006 and you look at section 3, the road...
Is this a call document?
It is.
Or what's the
Which
call
one?
document number?
Sorry? 82.
That's a maximum height sections, is that the right one?
That's right. If you take section 3 on that plan, which is in the area where these spaces are, then the road is set at 6.75 metres. The dwellings are built on a plinth, which is set at 7.8 metres, and then the promenade is at 6.8 metres. So somebody, a disabled person or an ambulatory person, will have to deal with the difference in level of a metre between moving from the road to moving to the promenade. If you look at the illustrated drawings which accompanied the application, and I accept that they are illustrative, what they show is steps down from the housing development to the promenade, which for some disabled people would be difficult, and for people who are carrying beach paraphernalia would also be difficult to traverse as well, and things like buggies would be difficult to traverse. So clearly in the design of this element of the scheme, I would interpret that as meaning that the spaces adjacent to the road, the new road, or on the new road, were never really intended for disabled people. The alternative to steps is that you would have to ramp the site.
Well, let's take this step by step and deal first with the distances. If you've got Mr. Fitch's proof, if you could go please to page 24 and look at table 6.2.
Page?
It's 24
Thank you.
of 51. is what you're saying that these distances are not complied with?
Well, the recommended distance is limit without arrest, and yes, the wheelchair users and the visually impaired comply, as I said, and for the mobility impaired users and the mobility impaired with a walking aid, for the walking aid, the 100 metres is at the maximum. The 50 metres, well, is double. But also, people aren't just going to the edge of the promenade, they are actually spreading out. And that obviously increases the distance. And I'll stop at that point.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I understood. Were you saying the mobility impaired weren't met, but the first two were? Or
Yes, for the 150, the two 150 metres, they were met, but for the impaired using the stick, then they exceed those distances.
But they don't, do they? Because it is maximum distance limit without arrest. And Mr. Fitch explained that there will be resting places en route, even for those that are 100 or 125 metres away.
I think he said that in relation to the central square, but he didn't say that in relation to the two routes that go through the housing.
No, he did say that in relation to the routes that go through the housing.
I didn't hear that.
No. Well, it is the case that there will be resting places on all the routes that go from where the parking is to the promenade, yeah?
Well, I haven't seen plans that show that.
No, but what you thought in examination in chief, that there were only going to be 3 places where you could get through to the new promenade. Is that right? That's what you said?
I think it shows the central park, and then it shows 2 spaces.
Well, there's more than that. The inspector asked about this, I think, with Mr. Fitch. There's half a dozen or more.
They are not shown on the plans.
They are. We saw the plan. I mean, if you somehow miss this evidence, then I won't pursue it with you. But you are wrong about the number of places where it is possible to walk through from the parking or any other part of the development onto the promenade.
But in terms of the distances, those distances, if they're in the central part, would only be the same. Quite clearly, as you move west, those distances would shorten.
But for all those routes through, Mr. Fitch explained there'd be green corridors with seating all the way through, so that as far as compliance with the distances in this table are concerned, because this is distances without a rest, there would be compliance with this.
Yes, but again, we're looking at approved plans, and those 2 approved plans show 2 routes through. The area where the resting places would be are in the outline part. There are no details of those parts, and that the plans that may show more spaces, they have not been approved.
We looked at the access and circulation plan, which was CD 79. And that shows half a dozen places where you can get through, as well as the leisure centre with the detailed scheme, where you'll also be able to get through the leisure centre.
Could I just look at the plan, please?
Is this CD 79?
It is, sir, yes. So you can see the arrows on there. There's half a dozen arrows. And then there's the leisure centre beyond that, where it will also be possible.
Yes, but I think the point really is, and you looking at CD 79, then the public parking is there, and yes, they have good access. There is no public parking in that area there.
Well, that's only if you assume that the leisure centre is somehow going to
Well,
ban members of the public.
I don't think we
already
need to
had
revisit that.
debate. We've already had
Yeah.
that conversation, and I haven't changed my position since lunchtime. Then you have the central park, and the parameter plans show the parking ending before it gets to the hotel. So what I said was perfectly correct. Where the parking is, there are 2 routes through, and we have no detail of what happens in those routes.
You'll be able to get through, it's not just 2, because it's where...
Well, that's what the plan shows.
Well, I mean, the inspector can see what's on there, but as far as the detail of what is concerned as far as accessibility, which you've raised, the development is going to have to comply with Part M of the building regulations, isn't it?
Which deals with buildings.
Yeah, but it covers footway widths. It covers the provision of dropped curbs, for example. Yeah?
I don't dispute that, but at the moment, there is no detail that shows the route.
No, but what, so Part M will cover footway widths, crossing points, dropped curbs. The development will have to comply with that, yes?
Yeah.
And, well, did you hear Mr. Fitch's examination in chief? I thought you were here
I was, yes.
for this.
Yeah.
But he explained how there would be compliance with Part M, and he explained what is contained within the development that's being, the detailed design that's being worked up. So the inspector can see what's on the parameter plans like CD 79, can't he? He can see what's on the general arrangement plans that we've got as CDs 88 and 90. And he's got the unchallenged evidence of Mr. Fitch as to what's actually coming forward. And you've got no evidence to set against any of that, have you?
All that is certain is the approved schemes or the approved details. I accept that when the development comes forward, the details of the levels, etc., will need to be shown.
So you are saying, I mean, this wasn't put to any of our witnesses in cross-examination, but your case is it, that the inspector can't have regard to any of the proposals in relation to parking or accessibility, for example, because it's not certain yet?
The stopping up order is related to the planning application, as we know. It's about the implementation of the planning application. The details in the planning application leave a number of questions of detail as to, for example, in this instance, how does a person get from the road to the promenade? Will they have to negotiate steps? Yes, the inspector can go on and deal with the next step, that yes, they have to comply with the building regulations.
But it's not as if there's no information about this. There's been unchallenged evidence given by our witnesses. So, as I understand what you're saying, is effectively that because none of that has been, none of the detail has yet been approved, the inspector can't give any weight to that evidence because it's not certain yet.
No, the inspector can obviously give weight to it. It's just a matter of how much weight the inspector gives.
And it's unchallenged evidence about how the development is being worked up in detail and in compliance with the drawings, for example, CD 79.
Yes, but in working up the details, they are going to have to take into account that difference in level.
But in doing that, they will take into well, first of all, it was as described by Mr. Fitch, yes. Secondly, it's as shown on the general arrangement plans. And thirdly, we've agreed it's got to be done in compliance with Part M. Yep. Yeah, so there is no reason to doubt that there's going to be any accessibility problem in terms of dealing with the difference in levels, for example, is there?
I think until you see the detail, the question mark must remain against it, because quite clearly from the plans that were submitted as part of the application, it wasn't taken into account.
Well, that was because here, at least, it's outlined.
Yeah.
But we've got the legal regime that applies in terms of the building regulations. We've agreed what that needs to do. We've got evidence as to what's coming forward, not only in the form of the working drawings that have been put forward, but also the unchallenged oral evidence of my witnesses. You're seriously saying that the inspector can't place reliance on that or can't give weight to the evidence just because it's not certain yet?
I didn't say that. I said that the inspector can give weight to the evidence. It's just a matter of how much weight he gives to the evidence.
And there's no reason to reduce the weight to be given to it, is there? There's no reason to doubt that these things are going to be dealt with properly.
One would hope that they would be dealt with properly, most certainly. But it is for the inspector to weigh that.
But you are putting forward no reason as to why the inspector should doubt that these matters will be addressed properly and in accordance with the building regulations, for example.
I've already answered your question that it is for the inspector to weigh that issue, and how much weight the inspector gives to it is for the inspector. I am not inside the inspector's mind.
Yeah, but you are putting forward no reason as to why the inspector should doubt that these matters of accessibility will be properly addressed in accordance with the building regulations.
I would have thought they would be in terms of the building regulations, most certainly.
Thank you. So as far as inconvenience is concerned, you've agreed, I think, that we need to take into account, the inspector needs to take into account how easy to use the parking spaces are. It would also be relevant, wouldn't it, for him to take into account how safe the spaces are to use, yeah?
Yes.
And that would include, for example, whether you're getting out of the car into a live carriageway or into a car park or onto a footway.
It would, but quite clearly we have had evidence as to the accident rate on Princess Parade in the past 5 years, and there have been 5 accidents, and Mr.
Do we really need to go into this?
I don't know, you raised
No,
the
well,
question.
all I asked you was that when you consider inconvenience, which you've set out in your proof by reference to the number and siting of spaces, you also need to take into account how easy to use the spaces are and how safe to use they are.
And it
Yes?
is you who have raised the issue of safety.
Yes, I'm to confirm that it's relevant. I'm not seeking to reopen what we did with Mr. Wickenden.
Right, okay.
Don't feel compelled to do that. We already agreed with you at the start of the cross-examination the number of things that you were not covering. What I want to get clear is that when you're thinking about convenience, you need to consider those factors, including ease of use and safety, not just how close to the seafront you are. Yeah?
Yes, and yes, you certainly need to take those factors into account, and in relation to safety, then we've had evidence as to the number of accidents compared to the traffic flows, and just like lots of parking on domestic streets, then people check before they get out of their cars that nothing is coming from behind.
Right. No matter how provoking you are, I'm not going to rise to seeking to cross-examine that evidence, because we have dealt with that and you're not purporting to give evidence on highway safety.
I'm not. You've already had that evidence, and as I've said, Mr. Wickenden's evidence was that the risk was low.
Yeah, you don't need to repeat it,
Well,
let alone repeat it again and again.
Well, you
Otherwise
keep
we'll be
asking the question.
Yeah, what I was asking was whether safety is a relevant consideration to take into account when considering convenience. We've agreed that.
And I've said that, and I've fleshed out the answer.
Yeah, by reference to somebody else's evidence. So, as a generality, is your evidence to the inspector that disabled people will be climbing over the existing splash wall to get onto the promenade?
I wasn't suggesting that. There are already gaps in the splash wall, and people use those gaps to get through. Those gaps, say for example, where the main parking area is, where the 8 spaces are, disabled people using those spaces are still going to have to cross the road and use the gaps in the splash wall before they spread out along the promenade and beach.
The gaps at the moment are between 180 and 300 metres apart, yes?
Yes, yeah, there are few. Yes.
And the gaps that there will be through the splash wall, or indeed the pedestrian accesses we have seen, are not as far apart as that either, yeah?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
CD79, for example, the distance between the ways through will not be as far as 300 metres apart.
No, but if you need to get down onto the beach, there are only a few places where you can get down onto the beach.
But that's the existing way down from the promenade onto the beach, yes?
Yes, and even as part of this application, the way you get down to the beach are not being increased.
Yeah, so that's not changing.
That element.
So there's no consequence of the order in relation to that aspect.
No.
And as far as these access routes are concerned, they are designed so that, for example, if you're parking in the western car park, then at either end of the car park, effectively, there's a way through, yeah?
I would need to look at that on site.
Well, as far
because
as...
the plan doesn't show where the spaces are in the existing splash wall, and that, for that section by the western car park, the existing splash wall is remaining.
Yes, and there's the route that goes straight down through the site, so the inspector will be able to see that on site. But as far as the eastern end, there's going to be the crossing point there with the raised table where the road and the new widened promenade join, yes?
Yes, there is a raised table in that area there.
Yeah, and as far as other parking is concerned, it's designed with the drop curbs, the footways, etc., and the crossing points to get people onto the promenade along those specific routes towards those access points, yeah?
Yes, but then they still have to, you've got the two, if we're talking about the western end, which is where the parking is, there are the two routes through, and people will, and obviously people there will have to come through the new splash wall and then go out along the promenade to wherever it is that they're going.
Yes, but they will have been directed there through the design of the development rather than simply having to park wherever they can park in relation to the gaps at the moment, yes?
Are we talking about disabled or generally? Because if we're talking generally, people don't necessarily park where the gap.
Yes, we're talking about disabled
right.
people in particular, because
Yeah.
I began by asking you whether your contention was that disabled people are able to climb over the splash wall as a generality, and we've agreed that they would use the gaps to get through. So unless you are lucky with your spot as a disabled person, you're going to have to walk some distance along the carriageway or cross the road onto the footway to get to a gap at the moment, yes?
Well, you either have to go along the carriage. Yes, you'd either, for a disabled person, they would either have to, if they park parallel, they would either use the existing spaces in the Seabrook Park, or they would have to go back to a gap. Yes.
Yes. So as far as disabled parking near the Royal Military Canal is concerned, there are going to be some of the existing on-street places remaining, which may or may not be used by disabled people, but in any event, they'll be exactly the same distance from the Royal Military Canal, won't they?
The spaces.
Yeah, so the spaces on Princess Parade that are remaining
Yeah.
will be exactly the same distance from the Royal Military Canal as they are now, yes?
Yes.
The 7 disabled spaces in the western car park, which is new, that they will be closer to the Royal Military Canal than the existing on-street parking, yes?
Not necessarily. Are we in talking about the Seabrook car park? Then they are very much roughly in the area that they are now.
Well, the Seabrook car park is being, the Sea Point car park is
Seapoint,
being
sorry.
replaced, yeah? On
Yes.
a like-for-like basis.
Yes, but there are only 2 disabled spaces, not 7.
But the, I'm asking about the western car park,
Oh, you would?
and that's all new parking, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the 7 disabled bays in the western car park will be closer to the Royal Military Canal than the existing on-street parking, yes?
Well, the on-street parking is along the parade, yes.
Yeah, so that's yes. The accessible bays on the new road, they will also be closer to the Royal Military Canal than the existing on-street parking, yes?
They will be closer to the canal, most certainly, but that's not the primary draw. It's the sea that's the primary draw.
So the Royal Military Canal is not the primary draw for visitors here?
Well, for some types of visitors, yes.
No, I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're telling the inspector.
Well, for the majority of people parking along Princess Parade at the moment, and I haven't done a survey, but I would have thought their primary reason for being there is for the beach, the sea, as opposed to the canal.
But if somebody, I'm asking about disabled parking near the Royal Military Canal now.
Yes, I understand that's what
So
you're
if somebody
asking.
was driving who was disabled, and plenty of people who are disabled don't drive,
Yeah.
but if they were driving and were looking to get to the Royal Military Canal, they would have the accessible bays on the new road available to them, which would be closer to the Royal Military Canal than the existing on-street parking, yes?
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think, and given that I walk the canal reasonably frequently, I do not meet very many disabled, particularly wheelchair users, using the canal.
Well, that's precisely the point,
No,
because it's
I
not
don't
very
think-
accessible at the moment.
I don't think it is precisely the point. I think the point is that if you're on the southern side of the canal, particularly in winter, it is very, very muddy. If
Yeah.
you go to the north side of the canal, where you've got a hard surface, that is far more easily usable by people in wheelchairs than the south side.
Yes, but that's precisely the point. The south side of the Royal Military Canal is not accessible to wheelchair users or many other disabled people at the moment, as you've just explained. That's right, isn't it?
It is, but I think the point is that because of the surface conditions on the south side of the canal, and unless you're, as part of this application, putting in a hard surface, it is not attractive to disabled people. So whilst you may put disabled spaces closer to the canal, I would question that the canal on the south side generates the demand for those spaces.
Well, there will be, and this was described in our evidence, 3 routes down from the site to the Royal Military Canal, which will be fully accessible at either end and in the centre. And again, the paths, the ramps, etc., that are created would need to comply with Part M of the building regulations, yes?
I don't disagree with that, but
Yeah.
I think we're talking about different things.
So what you said, what I've written down you said, and I just want to understand this, was that the Royal Military Canal is not the primary draw for visitors here. I think you were saying that the primary draw is the seafront.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And then as far as the disabled bays are concerned, and if you could set aside for a moment your point about the leisure centre and assume if the leisure centre car parking is available, we will have 5 new disabled spaces there that are nearer to the Royal Military Canal, yes?
Well, I can't set it aside. I've already expressed my view on it. The Sea Point car park contains 2 replacement disabled spaces, and the western car park, it contains on, is it 7 or 8?
7.
7, thank you.
Yeah,
So-
and there's going to
so-
be an increase of 5 further disabled spaces within the leisure centre car park, yes?
I think we're really going over ground that we've already discussed, and I've explained my position on that, and I haven't changed it.
No, but I'm just asking you how many... You accept that there are going to be the 5 disabled spaces in the leisure centre car park?
There are most certainly the 5 spaces in the leisure centre car park, and as I've explained, in my view, those spaces are for the leisure centre and are not intended for public usage.
But you're going beyond that, I'm sorry to, but just because you've reiterated your evidence, you're saying not only are they not intended, but you're saying they won't be used by members of the public.
I'm saying that they are not intended for public usage, yes.
I thought what you were saying was that the leisure centre operator would prevent members of the public from using them.
As I said previously, the leisure centre operator, in my view, would want all of the spaces, including the disabled spaces, so that they can operate the leisure centre and attract the clientele.
So you are saying that the leisure centre operator will prevent members of the public who are not customers from using that car park?
I think in the way, the short answer is yes.
So they would be prevented?
Well, they won't be available, and they never were intended to be
Well,
available.
this is a different point. I mean, first of all, we've got evidence about the usage of the leisure centre, which again, not challenged in cross-examination, so that's not in dispute. And then there's the question of when they are not being used, whether they are capable of being used by members of the public. Your evidence, as I understood it, was to say that they will not be capable of being used by members of the public when they're not in use for leisure centre customers. Is that still your position?
My position hasn't changed in that the leisure centre operators would want to retain those spaces for the leisure centre use.
Yeah, and would therefore prevent them being used by the public. That's what you're saying.
They may, depending on how they manage the car park, yes, they may prevent them.
So they may be available for members of the public
No,
to use.
that's not what I'm saying. I've really explained my position. Neither of us know how the leisure centre operator is going to manage the car park. If the leisure centre operator decides that they intend to operate the car park in a manner which excludes the public, then they will not be available.
But they would be available if that judgment was not made by the leisure centre operator.
It could be, but as I've already said, the parking standards are designed in such a way that they are related to the use, and in my view, Condition 33 restricts those parking spaces to the leisure centre.
But they could be available to members of the public.
Only if the leisure centre operator decided to manage it like that, but I seriously doubt whether the leisure centre operator would choose to manage it in that manner, because they need the spaces for their use.
But only the peak use. They don't need all the spaces all the time, do they?
They may do. They may decide, you know, whilst they can identify the peak periods of usage of the leisure centre, how they decide to manage the leisure centre parking is really an issue for them at the end of the day.
Yeah, but you just said that the leisure centre would need all of the spaces available all of the time. That's simply not right, is it?
It depends on how they intend to manage the leisure centre.
But as a matter of fact, there will not be peak demand 24/7 as far as the leisure centre is concerned.
And there won't be peak demand from parking.
Yeah, and they are opposites. When there's peak demand at the leisure centre, it's as it were, not when there's peak demand for parking the seafront and vice versa. So when the leisure centre is quiet is when the seafront will be busier, and therefore there will be, we can assume surely, spaces available for members of the public to use.
I think I've explained my position really on this a number of times now, and I don't really think, I know where you're trying to get me to, and I'm not going to get to that point. I've really explained my position.
Right? If you were taking a consistent line, then I wouldn't be asking further questions. But we've got to the point where you have agreed that the car parking could be available for the public to use if the operator decided, and all you're saying is that you seriously doubt the operator would do that.
And that's my view, and that's what I've said, and I seriously doubt that the operator would do that. And I know you want to get to the position that these spaces will be publicly available.
No, look, this is not a game. I'm just trying to get to a position where the inspector is clear as to what you are saying.
Well, I think I've made my position clear a number of times.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's time for re-examination.
Not very much.
Okay.
So a few points. Mr. Morgan, if we could just revisit the question, let's just go back through. So there was quite a bit of a debate when your evidence was being challenged about the flood wall, splash wall point. Do you, and what its function was? Do you recall that?
I do.
Discussion? If you turn up the planning, design and access statement document, please, and in particular the proposals document, do you have that to hand?
I'm looking for it now.
You're looking for it. Thank you. Tell me when you've got that.
Are you able to give me a page?
Yes, sorry, beg your pardon. It's begins on page 69 with a photograph, an illustrative sketch of the central open space with some sort of figures and blocks of built development raised up from the ground. Do you have that?
Yes.
Now, if we look at that wall that's got sort of bits of stone in it, basically, brown stone, and it's coloured grey. What do you describe that wall? How would you describe that wall?
It is described as, well, within this document, it is described as a 1.5 metre high Gabion wall. Subsequently, that was conditioned to be no more than 1 metre high, and it is described in figure 4.1 as a secondary sea wall.
So figure 4.1, which page are you?
This is page 71.
Page 71.
Yeah, and it's described as a secondary sea wall.
Secondary sea wall,
Yeah.
1.5 metres high, and they've got the primary seawall is also shown on that, the existing dwarf seawall as I describe it, with the promenade at 11 metres in between. How does looking at that drawing and the drawing on, or again, sorry, the aerial illustrative sketch on page 68, you can see the blocks of built development and the road, new road curving round and joining the realigned road. Do you see that?
Yes.
How does that illustrative drawing feed into your evidence in relation to the so-called mongrel point, as it's been put, the join between those parts of Prince's Parade that will remain, particularly the longer part coming from the Hythe Imperial heading back towards Seabrook. We can take the little snub bit by the leisure centre in a moment. How does that drawing, does it impact upon your view, and if so, how?
When I gave evidence, I said that somebody going from east to west would currently see a uninterrupted view along Prince's Parade to the west. Prince's Parade has two elements. It has the walkway element and it has the road. So somebody going along has a view right the way along. The way that is depicted in 3.14 is that somebody looking along that view would see the existing wall and then they would see the proposed, well, it's been conditioned at 1 metre high wall running along the whole frontage of the development. So that would in effect
Excuse me.
have a significant impact on the view along the road existing Prince's Parade.
Thank you. Now, you were asked about phasing, if you recall.
Yes.
Now, and you were asked to consider the council's latest word on phasing that's moved on from the design and access statement. Now, if you turn up the report, this is the Council's 2021 DCL 2115. Reports. Do you have that to hand?
This is CD 93.
So thank you. CD 93. Discharge summary. The report considers whether approval should be given to the submitted details in pursuant to conditions 15. That's site clearance stage, preliminary ecological appraisal. 16, phase 1 groundwork. 17, habitat clearance. Do you have that?
Yes.
So that's what the council's planning committee was being asked by Tibbles, the agent for the council wearing its developer hat, to consider some pre-commencement conditions, but we also get some information on phasing at 7.16, which you've been asked to look at, and we see the phasing plan is requested by way of condition 13. I think it's requested, perhaps an unhappy word, it's required by condition 13, which has not yet been submitted. However, the submitted documents give information on the proposed phasing of the development. If the phasing as set out below was to change, there would need to be reconsider the details submitted under this condition and potentially reapply for approval again. The given details are phase 1, bullet point, construction of road. Second bullet point, realignment of Prince's Parade and construction of western car park. Bullet point 3, relocation of existing rising main along realigned Prince's Parade. Bullet point 4, provision of new promenade. Bullet point 5, construction of leisure centre and car park. Finally, bullet point 6, installation of planting along the embankment that forms the northern edge of the approved development site, creation of the western open space linear park. All of that is under phase 1, and then phase 2 we've got some residential, commercial and the central open space, and then finally a phase 3. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Do we have any details of sub-phasing? How do you read all of that work in phase 1? It's quite a long shopping list of items.
Well, we don't know the length of phase one. It is a lot of work that actually needs to be done within phase one. And as the opening sentence in 716 states, then the phasing plan has not been submitted.
No. Now, if we look at the council's planning conditions, condition 13 of 20 pre-commencement conditions, prior to commencement of development hereby permitted a phasing plan identifying all proposed phases and or sub-phases of the development shall be submitted to and approved in writing by a local planning authority. Phasing plan shall include details of likely commencement dates, all principal elements, development hereby permitted including leisure centre, residential development, commercial development in brackets. Thereafter all phases and all sub-phases of development shall be carried out in accordance with the phasing plan unless otherwise previously agreed in writing with the local planning authority. Reason: the development will not be carried out as a whole, so certain conditions require details to be submitted only in relation to individual plots comprised within the site or the whole of the development. The boundaries of those plots must be identified in order for those conditions to be enforceable. Do we find anything about the new local distributor road mentioned in condition 13?
No.
Okay. If we look at condition 14, prior to the commencement of any part of the development hereby permitted, evidence shall be submitted to and have been approved in writing by the local planning authority demonstrating that full funding is available for the construction and fitting out of the leisure centre and that it is deliverable with that funding. Reason: provision of the leisure centre was a material planning consideration in the decision to grant planning permission for the overall development. Now, that's a pre-commencement condition, prior to commencement of any part of the development hereby permitted. Yep.
Yes.
One part of the council on the face of it has got to satisfy the council wearing its local planning authority hat that it has got the wherewithal financially.
So I'm going to object to this. This is not a matter that arises out of cross-examination. It was not a matter that was put to my planning witness either. You could have answered a question like this. I referred to conditions 13 and 30. There was no discussion in relation to this whatsoever. So this is not a proper matter for re-examination.
Yes, Mr. Moyes, where is this heading in terms of phasing?
Sorry, I missed what you said.
Where is this heading in terms of
Phasing.
or in general?
Well, it might not arise in relation to, I'd have to check exactly how the cross-examining, where it's heading is to the uncertainty point of whether this can actually ever be delivered, this proposed development.
No, I think I'm going to have to uphold that objection then, because that has not been part of the cross-examination.
Okay, sir. Okay. I will move on swiftly. I think there's two more topics, Mr. Morgan. Now, taking this briefly, because there was a lot of questioning about this, in relation to policy parking standards, if you have the drawing, sorry, it's Appendix B of Mr. Fitch's document, his proof, in fact, which shows the leisure centre car park, and if you also have the drawing, the detailed drawing, part of the conditioned, just bear with me 1 second and I will find it. So, I'm sorry, it's core document 69 and 70, which shows the proposed conditioned parking in relation to the leisure centre. Someone's just bringing them to you. Grateful. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
I think I'll take this quite quickly because there's quite a lot of evidence and cross-examination on this point. In relation to the provision of, we can see in the west 69 spaces and to the east of the leisure centre the 39 spaces there.
Yep.
And it says 108 spaces are provided to the new leisure centre based on Kent parking standards in total. Can you just reconfirm your evidence in relation to how parking standards are required in relation to certain uses in planning terms?
Various uses generate the need for various numbers of spaces, be they shops, hotels, leisure centres. And the leisure centre use in this case generates the need for 108 spaces, and that, as on CD 69, it is made clear. You've got the red wording under the note at the top, and it says 108 spaces are provided for the new leisure centre based on Kent parking standards in total.
So that is to comply with a policy requirement by the relevant highway authority.
Well, it's also the relevant planning authority.
Grateful. Thank you very much. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that leads us on to the site visit. Looking at the time, it's quite tight, isn't it? Approximately how long do you think it would take for the walking route?
I defer to Mr. Morgan, who's going to be dealing with it on behalf of St. Francis Prater.
You're walking up and down 3 different paths. I would say it would take you a good hour.
And then there's the areas before and the driving afterwards. Having said that, if we were to leave now, we could probably start at about 3:10. It's light until about 4:30, I think. That's about right.
4:45 to 5, so it's a lovely bright day, obviously, so a little bit more.
I think we should do it because even if it's dusky, it's not that type of site visit. I can still appreciate the things I need to appreciate, and it will start in the light. And then I might do the driving route, and then actually it really quite well to do the driving route at rush hour, which is probably the best time to do it to get an appreciation. Okay, so who is going to be on the site visit?
Mr. Woodhead for us.
Where's the best place to meet in our cars?
Probably on Prince's Parade.
At the eastern end.
I would park at the eastern end. If you want to pay, you can park in Seabrook. If you don't want to pay, you can park on the road.
Okay, so should we meet Prince's Parade as near as we can get to Seabrook Car Park, but on Prince's Parade?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to take me about 10 minutes to walk back to my car.
Okay. I need to organise myself as well. Shall we all just aim to get there as soon as we can, rather than set a time, and then once all three of us are there, we can start the visit. Okay. I know there's the two places slightly further afield, but I'll deal with that tomorrow morning if necessary to make sure I get the actual walking done in the daylight now. Because I don't think I need the two of you at those two places further afield unless you disagree. Okay. There were two viewing points, weren't there, slightly further away? Yes. But I think I can do that by myself unless you disagree in the morning.
Or you could start Hospital Hill now.
I'm just trying to coordinate things.
Yes, okay.
And also, I think it is getting quite tight on time, so I'm trying to minimise as much as possible in delays. Okay.
Sorry, sir, I was
Yes,
just going to
before
say,
you-
what time do you want Mr. Honey and myself tomorrow morning to closing our respective? I think we've finished all the evidence.
Yes, 9:30, if that's okay for you?
Yep.
If you need longer to write closings, then please do say.
No, 9:30 is fine, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, it will be, it's obviously something during the course of the inquiry, and so it will resume those are two relevant representatives, and then we'll resume formally in here at 9:30 in the morning. Okay, so I say we'll all three of us will make our way there as soon as we can, and once all three of us are there, we'll start the visit. Okay, thank you. The inquiry is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.